Okay, good. Um, one microphone test. All right. Yes. Mic test 1, 2.
Good morning. Good morning again. We are starting, and I would like to welcome you again, or welcome you anew if you just came today in. So thank you for being here, and we are really glad you were able to make it. Today I will be facilitating with Gashuji Eve. He's he just graduated, not really graduated, he defended his he defended his thesis this week. So give him congratulations. He must have passed because yeah, he's yeah. So he's a student in the clinical psychology department at the University of Rwanda, and he's interested in family strengthening, child development, transgenerational trauma kind of research, and he's going to be facilitating with me today. So say hi.
Hi.
Welcome, Gashuji, on this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. As Pascal said, my name is Yves Gashoji, and I'm the one. We are going to be together in today's sessions, and we welcome you to the day 2 of our second Rwanda Research Symposium. So I think your morning was also wonderful. So yesterday we didn't watch the two videos. It's two videos we are going to start now. We will start by Dr. Bintu Masre. So let's hear about his biography from Pascarin.
I think, sorry. I had already introduced her yesterday, but just for the record, she's a medical doctor at Sierra Leone. Sorry. She's a medical doctor at Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association. She's currently a junior doctor doing her rotation in pediatrics. And the video is going to be about kinship, fostering, child abuse, and mental health uh, experience from Sierra Leone. Please enjoy. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning to you. I am Dr. Bintu Mansahi. I am a medical doctor in Sierra Leone with a master's in pediatrics from the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine in the UK. And I'm currently a second year PhD student at the University of Bristol. And my research topic is on the multisectoral responses to child sexual abuse in Sierra Leone. So for the past few years, I've been working on child abuse in Sierra Leone, looking at the context of poverty, child trafficking, and kinship fostering. Today, I'm here to talk to you about a special group of children in my country, locally known as men picking. The English name for this is kinship fostering, and I know it is very common in countries across Africa, and you might even know them in your own communities by different names and local terms. Hello, everyone. Good morning to you. I am Dr. Bintu Mansahi. I am a medical doctor in Sierra Leone with a master's in pediatrics from the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine in the UK. And I'm currently a second year PhD student at the University of Bristol. And my research topic is on the multisectoral responses to child sexual abuse in Sierra Leone. So for the past few years, I've been working on child abuse in Sierra Leone, looking at the context of poverty, child trafficking, and kinship fostering. Today, I'm here to talk to you about a special group of children in my country, locally known as men picking. The English name for this is kinship fostering, and I know it is very common in countries across Africa, and you might even know them in your own communities by different names and local terms. So, the process by which children are fostered by family members is known as kinship fostering. And it's a very common practice, as I said earlier, in Sierra Leone, in other countries in Africa. It is well documented in the history, as seen in the slide. Studies have been done since the 80s that have found that 20% of children in countries like Ghana actually were fostered by family members, and up to 50% of children in Sierra Leone, Nigeria have all been in foster families within their own extended family at some point in their lives. So it occurs outside the law, and it's just an agreement between family members and sometimes family friends or even people from the same village and towns who may not be like blood related. These children usually live in the rural areas or small towns and are given to this extended family of friends that live in bigger cities, bigger towns, the capital cities. And the hope is that they will be educated, catered for, and given opportunities that their own parents or immediate family can't at that particular time. It is also especially common when a man who most times is the breadwinner dies, leaving his widow with several children. So family members take in these children to help reduce the burden on the widow. we have to keep in mind that this happens mostly, we have to understand the power relationship here. So these are kids mostly from poor families moving into more wealthier or more affluent family members' homes. And all of this occurs outside the legal system and is different from the legal fostering systems set up by the government. So this is how it happens. It's mostly informally. You go to the villages or you go to these towns and you take these children. They tell you, help me with my child. I can't take care of them. They can't be in school. And these families take these children and bring them into their homes in the capital cities. So the question is, why Sierra Leone? Why now? Why are we talking about child abuse and kinship fostering at this time? You may or may not have heard about the huge push to end SGBV in Sierra Leone by the new government. So this particular government in power has taken an interest in ending violence against women, all forms of violence against children, and that has been one of the major platforms of the First Lady with her Hands Off Our Girls campaign. And so this got me thinking, this got all of us thinking in the SGBV space on what are the different characteristics and features of these girls that are being sexually abused. What does it mean? What makes one child more at risk than others? And what I'll be presenting today is just looking at the picture of the perpetrators, the abuse, and the children as well, to try to figure out what is happening and how this is affecting our children. Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is a small country in West Africa and was embroiled in a decade-long civil war that lasted between 1991 to 2002. So the importance of situating the Sierra Leone war that occurred over 20 years ago is that it it is believed that it opened the door to so much violence in our societies against children, which included abduction, child marriage, and rape, and left over 70,000 of the population dead. These children were orphaned and had to live with family members. So in Sierra Leone, it is estimated that 1 in 3 girls of sexual and gender-based violence in their lifetimes, which, if we put it in context with the Rainbow Initiative's report that states that 3,695 cases of sexual violence were treated in their 5 centers just in 2019, and a whopping 93% of these were children under 17 years old. In Sierra Leone, there's this renewed interest in SGBV, which got us thinking into what are the features of these girls, of these children who are abused. So in 2018, a 5-year-old child was abused by her uncle in December, and this led to this huge outcry by women organizations, feminist groups, both national and international NGOs, community based organizations. Everybody was in arms, and the government decided to do something. So, you may have heard on the news that Sierra Leone did a state of emergency for SGBV, which was a way to further the discourse, open up avenues for resources, and some things happened after that. We had an amendment in our Sexual Offences Act. We had governments finally investing in one-stop centers to treat survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. We also got like special courts for SGBV cases. And this has been one of the platforms of the First Lady in her Hands Over Her Girls campaign. So quite a bit has been going on since all of this happened in 2018. Different forms of abuse are suffered by these kinship foster children. These children are exposed to all forms of abuse. They're beaten, they're hit, and in our study, we actually discovered that about 1 in 5 of these children have been physically abused at some point in their lives. And another one is domestic servitude. As I said in the previous slides, these children are given to family members and friends in the hopes of getting them into schools, in the hopes of giving them better opportunities than what they would have had with their biological parents. But instead, some of them are living with these foster families. They're basically servants in the homes, taking care of their children. They're selling out in the streets. And of course, there's economic abuse in that because instead of them being in school, they're out there making a living. And so this study also showed that the majority of children who are sexually abused are these children who are selling out in the streets, who are always in the communities at all times of the night and the day, hawking goods. And also, these kids are expected to fetch water, for example, in homes where there is no pipe-borne water into the houses. So it means they have to go to the streams, they have to go to community taps, which are open, say, at 2 in the morning or at 3 a.m., leaving them very vulnerable to predators. Another form of abuse that these children also face is deprivation and neglect. They are not seen as part of the families, they are not seen as one of the children, and no matter what they do, there's this feeling of being an outsider because no matter what, they are not living with their own parents. So this affects their mental health, sometimes even more than the domestic servitude or the economic abuse, because that is something they expect. But this feeling of aloneness, of not being part of the family, of being excluded from events, being excluded from good schools, being excluded from schools, also impacts their mental health in such a way that they crave outside attention, they crave friendships, and we can say inappropriate friendships, which also leads them to them being vulnerable to abuse, to them being exposed to drugs, to them being exposed to weapons. So another aspect of the study also talked about the use of drugs in this population, and obviously there is substance misuse with some of them, and even they get abducted, they get taken into homes by these perpetrators, and sometimes nothing really is done until they could find their way back home. So there are various types of abuse that these kinship foster children experience, and because they're outside the law, these are not children that are being tracked by the justice system. When if we have legal fostering systems that we all know of that occurs in mostly high income countries that make provisions for this, we know that these children can be checked up on social services, social workers. But these are kids where these informal arrangements are made, and the justice system doesn't even know about them. So they get lost in this basically informal handshake agreements. Another interesting finding of a study that included 317 children, just looking at their case reports, shows that the majority of children who are sexually abused lives with extended family members, followed by children who live only with their mothers. We saw from these case studies that the least number of reported cases are those children who actually live with both parents. And so this brings to mind and brings to the table the aspect of protection. What form of protection is available to these children living with extended families, being expected to do chores way above what children their age should be doing, being out on the streets at all times of the day and night, hawking goods, or as I said, just doing chores like fetching water or fetching firewood. So it's about the protection that surrounds them and why they are so much more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. And another aspect of this abuse was the finding that some of these kids are actually exploited by family members that they are living with. They are expected to bring income into the homes by any means necessary. Some of them are expected to go out into the streets and find ways to pay their own school fees or to feed themselves. So there is not enough protection for kids in these forms of arrangements. And this is what the slide is showing. Transactional aspects to this abuse, with over half of the children reporting that they were given gifts, either money or something that they needed. For example, one child said she was given a pair of slippers or some clothes, and some were given mobile phones, either before, during grooming, or after the abuse. And this tallies with what we found about the relationships they have with the perpetrators. The majority of the perpetrators are obviously known. They are family members, the extended family members they live with, their uncles, the cousins that they're residing at home with, and a huge proportion was also neighbors and community members. So these are people who know these kids, these are people who know what they're lacking. And as I said earlier, these are kids who are lonely and feel outside of the family that they are residing with. So these are all rooms for grooming and abuse, and it shows in the data that this is happening. And it comes down to something else, which obviously when there's this huge power dynamics in the abuse with vulnerable children and adults men, it ends up with kids not being able to negotiate safe sex. So 1 in 5 of children reporting sexual abuse at the centers were pregnant by the abuser at the time of the report, with a substantial percentage, about 85% of them, diagnosed with an STI at the same time. it just shows how much more vulnerable these kids are. And before this, before this new government, children who were pregnant in Sierra Leone were not allowed in school. So girls who were pregnant were asked to leave schools. They were not allowed to take part in exams, leading to such high attrition rates, obviously. And these are children who sometimes are sexually abused, do not get justice in the justice system, and then they have to lose out on the education that brought them to the cities and in the circle of the perpetrator in the first place. So it goes to the unfairness that is meted out on these children from the day they were born and throughout their lives by the people who are supposed to protect them. Coming to the responses and the responsibilities of different structures in when it comes to protecting children in foster kinship arrangements. So I'll start with the familial response. When abuse is disclosed in families, some of these are immediately covered up, and these children are swiftly taken back to their villages so as not to bring shame to the foster families. This allows the perpetrators, obviously, to go unpunished. Our studies show that 15% of children had something called virginity testing conducted on them after they report abuse, before the abuse was reported to the authorities, as if the child's word is not good enough. This further deepens the trauma of these children. It is the responsibility of family members to protect all the children in their care, to prevent them from being exploited and abused, and to promptly seek care when abuse is disclosed. I always say, if you can't take care of somebody else's child as your own, then don't take them in at all, as the detrimental impact on their mental health follows them into adulthood and impacts them living full and productive lives. So at the end of the day, what help have you actually given? So the next thing I'll discuss is the medical response. In Sierra Leone, the Rainbow Initiative um, is the sole provider of free medical and psychosocial counseling, but they only operate in 5 centers, which are located in 5 districts in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone has a total of 14 districts, so this leaves children in the remaining 9 districts without access to free and comprehensive care after SGBV. This, when abuse occurs and there's nowhere for those children to go to, that worsens their mental health, and this leads to substance abuse, them acting out, exposure to sexually transmitted infections. They drop out of school. So every hospital should be able to provide professional and high quality medical services to child survivors of violence, including psychosocial counseling. So from the very first day of reports, these children should start getting mental health support to be able to process what has happened to them so that they'll be able to live their lives to the fullest. A good relationship with the medical centers, which are most times the first port of call, forms the foundation of the entire SGBV response. And therefore, it is important in starting the process to bring justice and healing to these young children. Most of this, as our data showed that I have presented to you, a large proportion of them come in already pregnant. A large proportion of them report because they have sexually transmitted infections, and then the abuse is disclosed. So this means that the hospitals have such an important role to play in counseling these kids, counseling these families, treating them as a whole and not individually, to ensure that they report to the police and the justice and the legal system can now step in. So the third part of our response is the social welfare. Sierra Leone has one of the worst human development indices in the world, with most of the population living below the poverty line. Therefore, families cannot afford to feed and take care of all their children, and kinship fostering arrangements therefore thrive. It is beneficial for the families, for other family members to take care of their kids. Therefore, social nets and resources should be provided by the government, and these are important to allow children stay within their families. These allow the promotion of safe spaces for them and their families, and improve on training on safe parenting. The Ministry of Children's Affairs actually published a new policy that talks about educating parents on safe parenting and keeping their children safe. So improving on this training and rolling it out nationwide would be really beneficial. Our studies show that even though over 80% of the perpetrators were family and friends, only 5 out of our 317 research participants were transferred to a safe home after the abuse was reported. So there are not enough safe homes in Sierra Leone, that is the fact. But these children are left within these families and communities where the abuse occurred. They continue living with these perpetrators, exposing them to further harm and mental health trauma. Social welfare in our countries have to do so much more to further protect our children, even after abuse. A study has have shown that children who have been sexually abused are up to 3 times at more risk of further abuse than their counterparts who have never been exposed to violence. So it is very, very important to protect children who have been sexually abused from further abuse, even if it means taking them out of the communities where abuse has taken place. So the final and a very important pillar in the response is the justice system. The entire premise of the justice system is to punish perpetrators and act as a deterrent to crimes. But our findings, however, reveal that even though at the time of report, 82% of children and their families requested legal action, they wanted um, they wanted the cases to go to court, and nearly half of the perpetrators were initially detained. The police actually goes out in half of the cases to arrest these perpetrators and take them to jail. But some things happen during this time between the initial report and what happens finally, because less than 5% of all sexual and gender based violence crimes in Sierra Leone are successfully prosecuted in a court of law. So at the end of the day, even though half of the perpetrators are arrested, they nearly all of them end up going free. So the legal system has a responsibility to develop and implement laws that protect children in kinship foster arrangements. They have the responsibility to prosecute perpetrators and ensure that survivors are safe. The legal system should work with community justice structures such as local chiefs, because they have their own rules, they have their own laws, and some families prefer reporting to their local lawmakers than actually going through the legal system. So the justice system should work with these structures to develop strategies that better protect this group of children. And the community at large, finally, you and me, we have a responsibility to look out for these children in our families and our society, because we know them. We we have them, some of us have them, some of us know family members who have these children. So we have to make sure that they're doing right by them, that they're kept safe, just like their own children. They're given the opportunities they were promised, and which is why they are living with them, because no child is safe until every child is safe from abuse and harm. That is our own responsibility, and that is what we should do. Thank you all for listening to my presentation. Thank you for staying until the end, as this is a topic that is very dear to me. I mostly focus my research on child trafficking and children in kinship foster arrangements, because I feel like even though we all talk about child sexual abuse, about sexual and gender based violence, we lose sight of these very vulnerable children because they don't have the voices to speak for themselves. And we focus our outrage and our fights for children who we deem as innocent, children from more affluent families. And so, thank you for listening, and I hope that you've taken something a little bit from this presentation and will be able to use it in your communities and in your professional lives. If you have any questions, any comments, anything you want me to answer, just send me an email. My email is right there in the introduction in the first slide. So just send me an email and I'll try to respond to you. Thank you so much and have a lovely week and weekend.
Thank you, Dr. Bintu, if you're listening, and um, thank you also for being engaged. And it's really great to learn from other African experience, especially on the topic of childhood and adolescent experience, which is why we had Dr. Bintu talk about it. And we are really glad that we are able to watch this video because it was supposed to be from yesterday. And as promised, one last video. From Celestin Mutuimana, who is one of the co-founder and chairperson of Baho Uda Heranwa and co-founder of the Rwanda Psychological Society. He's a licensed psychologist, psychotherapist, trainer, and researcher in the field of psychopathology and clinical interventions. He has worked with communities, particularly children, women, and adolescents, focusing on individual and community trauma healing and child protection in a national and international organization. Currently, he's pursuing a PhD in psychopathology and clinical intervention at the University of Zurich in Switzerland, in the Department of Psychology, of course, and he's conducting a study on historical trauma and cultural scripts of trauma in survivors of genocide against Tutsi. As you can imagine, he's passionate about promoting a healed society equipped with positive thinking and positive parenting. Please help me welcome, even if he's not here, the video of Celestin Mutuimana, which is going to be about prevalence and correlates of depression among rural and urban Rwandan mothers and their daughters 26 years after the 1994 genocide against Tutsi. Yeah, we promise this video is going to be more smooth than the first one. So yeah, please follow. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to this presentation, Prevalence and Correlates of Depression among Rural and Urban Rwandan Mothers and their Daughters 26 years after the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. My name is Celestin Mutuimana and I am currently doing my PhD studies in the University of Zurich Department of Psychology. I present other three authors, including Dr. Fingi Kasabi, Dr. Epaphroditus Nsabimana, and Professor Vincent Sezibera. This study is conducted with the collaboration of two institutions, University of Rwanda, Center for Mental Health, and Karayes Ndera Name Psychiatric Hospital, Department of Clinical Psychology. During the genocide, more than 70% of the population has been exposed to traumatic events. Women were reported to be the most vulnerable group. The literature shows that major depression occurs within population depending on the degree of the exposure to traumatic events. Prevalence of depressive symptoms is also higher in women than in men. Higher prevalence of depression was found among women in rural areas compared to urban areas. For our context in the aftermath of the genocide, it was shown that there were a lot of risk factors of depression among women, including widowhood, poverty, lack of social support, and unemployment. But also women in rural areas were more affected by these above mentioned risk factors. Depressions, as we saw, depends on the degree of trauma experienced. With regard to the exposure of genocide against the Tutsi, we have three categories of women in Rwanda. There are those who were targeted by the genocide, referred to as survivors of genocide. There are those who were encountered during the genocide, but they were not targeted by the genocide, and they are referred to as non-targeted. And there are those who are living outside of the country and who fled the country during 1959 and returned during the after the genocide, and they refer to as 1959 returnees. According to their historical background, these categories, they have experienced the trauma exposure and the other depression risk factors differently. Also, their children are likely to have depression because studies shows if the mother is suffering from depression, the child also has the likelihood to have the similar symptoms. Therefore, the objective of the study was to examine differences in depression prevalence between these three groups of mothers and daughters as function of their survival status and place of residence, rural versus urban. We were also interested to examine the correlates of major depression in sample mothers and their daughters. We need to investigate the relationship between mothers' depression and their daughters' depression. We used a sample collected according to the survival category and a total of 309 DRs were the participants. The data were collected by a team of local clinical psychologists with clinical background and experience in data collection, and interviews were conducted in the participants' home or a nearby office of the local leader. The interview duration ranged from 15 to 20 minutes. The mothers participants have to be Rwandan citizens, permanently residents of the country. A mother with another daughter who was able to complete a clinical interview, and the daughter meets the criteria if she lived with her mother on full basis or lived until she was being married. Participants with communication difficulties, health crisis at the time of the study, or had recently experienced a traumatic events or refused voluntary participation were excluded. To test the depression, we used a diagnostic measure, the Mini International Psychiatric Interview. It is a brief structured diagnostic interview for the major psychiatric disorder according to DSM and ICD-10. To assess traumatic exposure, we used the life events questionnaire, which is a self-report measure designed to screen for potential traumatic events in a respondent lifetime. We also used the social demographic questionnaire. Results. We, as you see on the table, and as I said, we used a huge sample of 390 years of mothers and daughters. Our participants were only female, and most of them they were married, and most of another batch of participants were the widow, as you see on the frequency of the participants. A lot of number of our DAs were also unemployed at the time of the assessment, and most of the participants were Christians. For the comparison of traumatic exposure between three groups, we were hypothesizing that there is a difference, significant difference between genocide survivors and other groups. But as the results show, the difference is always significant. The difference of trauma exposure is only significant when you compare genocide survivors and non-targeted. But when you compare the genocide survivors and 1959 returnees, the difference is not significant, which means for the group of mothers, the genocide survivors are equally exposed to traumatic events as 1959 returnees. This was also the case for the group of mothers and the group of daughters. For the correlates of depression in a sample of mothers, we find that the place of residence is one of the correlates of depression in a sample of mothers, as urban participants are the likelihood of developing depression when you are living in urban, in Kigali city, is 3 times more than participants living in a rural area. You can see also there that traumatic exposure is one of the risk factors of depression among mothers. For other factors that we were looking for, there is no significant result, but we find that the likelihood of developing depression is associated to trauma exposure and to the place of residence at 33%. That means 33% of developing depression in mothers is related to trauma exposure and to the place of residence. For the group of daughters, the same as their mothers, the residents living in urban, they are likely to be exposed to depression than those living in the rural. But also, interestingly, but bad to hear, is that the depression of the mother predicts the depressions of their daughters, and you can see that the R square is too high. You can see also that for the group of daughters who are very old, their likelihood of developing depression is high. Let's go to the prevalence of rural versus urban. We hypothesize that rural will have high prevalence, but as we have seen, the rural participants does not, they are lower placed than urban participants. Here you can see if we compare 41% to 18%, you find that the urban participants are highly placed than rural participants. This is also for the group of mothers, but also for the group of daughters. Depression prevalence according to the survivors, we hypothesized that the genocide survivors will have higher depressions than other groups. Yes, this hypothesis is confirmed. As you see, the group of mothers is high and the group of daughters is high, but for non-targeted group, you see that the group of daughters is now has a slightly higher prevalence of depression than the group of their mothers. But as you see in the three groups, the first group to have higher depression prevalence is the group of genocide survivors, followed by the group of 1959 returnees, and then the last category of the depression is the group who was in the country but not targeted by the genocide. But interestingly, you find that the daughters of non-targeted have a slightly higher depression than their mothers. Discussions. We find for the first hypothesis, survivors' mothers and their daughters have significantly higher trauma exposure than other category. However, no significant differences was found between the genocide survivors and the 1959 returnees as suspected. These findings are consistent with previous research showing high traumatic exposure in Rwanda, but the notable addition to the previous study result is the difference in trauma exposure between these three categories and between also the generation, but also it shows that people who were refugees of massacres during 1959 and come back in Rwanda were also similarly exposed to traumatic events like the genocide survivors. For the second hypothesis, we find that in both samples, mothers and daughters, the high prevalence of depression was found among genocide survivors as hypothesized. But the 1959 returnees were a second group in which depression was more prevalent, and the last group were the non-targeted group. Contrary to our hypothesis, depression was more prevalent among urban than rural participants in both samples, mothers and daughters. These findings are consistent with previous studies that shows high prevalence of mental disorders among genocide survivors, but additionally show depression prevalence rates in other remaining groups and different generations of human. In addition to these findings, they opposed previous literature and they found a high prevalence of major depression in urban participants than rural areas. For the third hypothesis, there is that shows that in sample of mothers, the likelihood of developing depression was associated with trauma exposure and place of residence. Urban residents were twice as likely to develop depression than rural residents. In the sample of daughter, the likelihood of developing depression was associated with trauma exposure, place of residence, and depression in their mothers. Contrary to our hypothesis, no association was found between survivor's thought status and likelihood of developing depression in both mothers and their daughters' samples. Yes, studies have linked various forms of trauma with depression, but our studies bring new information. But is the first study to show this evidence as a long-term consequence of trauma exposure in the Rwandan human community and highlight the likelihood of transmission of depression in Rwanda. Conclusion, high depression prevalence in women and their daughters. was found urban participants are more vulnerable than rural survivors, and 1959 returnees vulnerable groups for depressions. Intergenerational transmission of depression is also highlighted. Therefore, a number of implications need to be involved. At such level, we need to investigate psychosocial, biological predictors that may contribute to intergenerational depression, determinants of depression among women, especially urban women, remain to be explored. There is a need to examine the effect of trauma in 1959 detainees as they are equally traumatizing as genocide survivors. At practical level, given the extent of depression in two generations, there is a need to create a practical and appropriate community-based mechanism to support depressed patients and treat long-term trauma stress in addition to PTSD. Again, mental health professionals need to consider described correlates of depression such as location, traumatic exposure, age, and also the likelihood of having a mother who's depressed. Then the assessment of intergenerational depression. At the policy level, this study is an alarm signal for clinicians and policymakers to improve mechanism of prevention and treatment of depression, especially in women, to interrupt the transmission of this disease. This study is also an evidence-based that will help policymakers to know better that the genocides, the only traumatic events beyond others, and no one has to belittle the sufferings of the genocide survivors. Instead, policymakers need to elaborate policies that can help them to fight against psychological long-term consequences of the genocide. There is a need to elaborate policies of treatment associated with teaching positive parenting in order to stop the cycle of depression transmission. This study has also the strength and the limitation. We use the large sample, but not probabilistic. We use diagnostic tools with professionals. We use different categories of women, but other gender were not included. The recruitment was done by the clinical psychologist, but it was not a clinical sample, need of clinical sample for the study. And the analysis provided adequate results, but the design was cross-section design. This is the end, and thank you for following our presentation. This is your time for feedback, comments, and questions. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to present in this symposium.
Okay, let's give hand to Celestin for his best presentation, and we are going to shift to other stage of early career researcher presentations. And to this presentation, we will have three students, and we will begin by Chiwailo Kalangwa Verte. Is a third-year medical student and young researcher at the University of Rwanda, College of Medicine and Health Sciences in Rwanda. He is a trainee in disaster medicine accredited course by Center for Research and Training in Disaster Medicine, Humanitarian Aid and Global Health based in Novo, Italy. He is Africa chapter lead at the International Association of Surgical Student Society. He has great interest in global health related issue, most especially global surgery and related public health issue. He is currently served as member of International Team 2022, working in the advocacy team. He is a member of Medical Student Association of Rwanda, Medisar, an affiliated national member organization of International Federation of Medical Student Association. He works in a small working group at the international intersectional team of 2022 to address policy change towards fighting all kinds of inequalities and discrimination globally. So he served as member of education team in the Holy Health magazine organization. He's passionate about research, youth empowerment, and advocacy in tackling global health-related issues. He has made several contributions in global health activities, such as research, where he published articles with European string on e-health and telemedicine. And one he is presenting today is about COVID-19 vaccine hesitance, and how can we approach it efficient communication strategies. So let's welcome Kalangwa Verte to present. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I was interested in the person they were talking about, and I thought it was not me because it's not been long. I think it's been just like a few months having a whole long thing like that. If I was about to give a bio in like 2 last years, it would just be a high school graduate. So I thank God for giving me such opportunity. So today we shall be talking about vaccine hesitancy in COVID-19 and how can we approach it with efficient communication strategies. And throughout the presentation, I got to say that it's not related to the theme, but before I go into the presentation, I would first like to relate it to the theme, then we move into the presentation. I hope that's fine. Then, as the theme says, that evidence-based research in practices in the field of mental health and child development. And I think that when we communicate effectively to the communities that we are addressing, the research or the policies that we are conducting, I think it's better to communicate effectively in order to maintain their mental health. Because when you don't talk to someone effectively, then it's going to affect their minds. So I think we can move on with the research. Like, next slide. Yeah, my presentation will include an introduction and a definition of some key terms, causes and effects of vaccine hesitancy, recommendations including the effective communication strategies. Thank you. Yes, vaccine hesitancy remains a barrier to full population inoculation. And I think since 2019, or since the first vaccine has been brought to the world, it's been hard to convince people to take the vaccines. They always think about their side effects of having those vaccines, and which causes vaccine hesitancy. And up to now, the people who develop vaccines, the governments who induce the vaccines, face the problem of having to convince people to take the vaccine. So it's still a global health issue up to now. Then vaccine hesitancy in general could be defined simply as reluctancy of the population to take the vaccines. So it doesn't have to be a patient to take the vaccines. I'm sorry for the patient. So I think when people have vaccines, the vaccines are there, but then they don't want to take the vaccines due to maybe certain reasons that making them, that reluctancy is what we call vaccine hesitancy. So again, effective communication is, as we studied since high school, we defined it as the ability to talk to you, give you a message, and you understand it, and then you put into practice what I said. That includes effective communication. So I wanted to give current data on vaccination in Rwanda, and I don't know if you all can read, but I will read for you, those who are behind and cannot see. So Rwanda has been progressing really well in vaccination, and one is coming to top 10 countries in Africa who have given vaccines very well. And this picture here first is for 26th May, and that was that was Thursday, and it showed that people who took the first dose are 9 millions, and others, and the second was 8 million. Those who took the second dose of the COVID-19 vaccine are 8 million, and those who took a booster dose are 4 million. Then I took another reference for 3 months ago. I will explain why I took the reference for 3 months ago. Like, the people who took the first dose were 8 million, people who took the second dose were 7 million, and people who took the third dose were 1 million. And as we all know, for the 3 months thing is that you have to have the 3 months in between after taking the third, from the second dose to the third dose. You have to have the 3 months in between. So, and people who had taken the second dose in Feb were 7 million. And we expect in May to have 7 million people who are taking the booster dose. And we have 4 million only, and which brings a global health issue in between. And there could be various causes that would lead to this, such as lack of vaccines or lack of access to vaccines. But recently I visited the central store of the vaccines, and there are very many vaccines there, and there are stations around of vaccines where people could get the vaccine. So there is no problem of the lack of vaccine. So it means that these people around here, 4 million, and we should have 7 million, and we are reluctant behind of 3 million people who are not taking the booster vaccine. And to my analysis, to my opinion, I think it brings an issue of vaccine reluctance. So then I think we should continue with what causes vaccine reluctance. So a survey was done a study was done to look why people do not take vaccines, and many of them given issues such as I had COVID, and these all involve the myths that people know. Myths could be a main reason for people not to take vaccine. We could have cultural beliefs. Their beliefs could make them not take the vaccines, and also political reasons. The previous slide is explaining that people tend to trust academicians and doctors when they're giving information about their health more than they trust journalists and politicians, whereas those politicians are the ones that enforce the policy. But people tend not to trust them because they think they have the political reasons behind inducing the vaccines. So people will tend to trust the academicians and people in the career because they think that they are trustful. It was a study done. So then it comes to, I thought about what could be a solution to the problem of vaccine hesitancy. I think the solution could be effective communication strategies. When you communicate effectively to a person, it gives response to the vaccine hesitancy. Because when I was writing this article, it was more of opinion oriented. It was not evidence-based research. But then after doing the literature review, I had interest. Then I started going to district hospitals, and so far I've visited 3 district hospitals and almost 8 health centers, where health centers are in charge of giving the vaccines, to ask if really there is COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy in the people. And it was surprising to find that people don't really come to take the vaccines. But when they come, how are they addressed? How are they communicated effectively? Sometimes people are there and they have come for another reason, and they didn't come for the vaccine, and when they tell them you need to take the vaccine, and they're like, no, I will take the vaccine from another side of the country because I'm from Kalonji. I will take the vaccine from Kalonji, and there are the same vaccines that they give. So, and there was a problem of efficient communication strategies. Even when vaccines were introduced in Rwanda around 2021, the end of 2021, I think there was a problem of people not getting the vaccines, and the government of Rwanda it used many strategies to enhance the vaccination, which brings in the point of efficient communication strategies. And one of the efficient communication strategies, I think, is to give role to the people that are well trusted or that are renowned, to give their message to the people. Because if politicians induce the policy and enforce the policy, but they are not trusted by the communities because they think there are some political reasons, then we need to have those people that are being trusted by the communities in order to fight against the vaccine hesitancy, or maybe to fight that people are taking vaccines not on their will. And some of the examples that were given according to the study I shown above were academicians, people who are into academics, the doctors, they are medical doctors. People will trust their medical doctors more than they trust the mayor, because they will think the mayor is into political reasons. Then other people that are well respected around in our country. We all know that religious leaders are well respected. So we need in efficient communication strategies, we need to give the right information to the right people to give the information, because when right information is given by a wrong person, then it induces that the right information becomes a wrong information. So giving the right information to the religious leaders, to musician artists, to medical doctors, to give the information will give a more result on vaccine hesitancy. Then we don't have to choose for the people to get the vaccines. We induce, we teach them day by day, then we let them choose. We show them the benefits, and that is called an A to Z approach. You have to tell people the whole truth. Tell them the side effects. Don't just base on telling people that if you don't take the vaccine, this and this will happen. You could also tell them the benefits. You could also tell them the side effects in order for the person to choose between their risk and the benefits. So some people, after writing the opinion-oriented article about vaccine hesitance before I made the data collection in the health centers, and I put it on my WhatsApp status, and one friend of mine answered telling me that, are you really sure about COVID-19 vaccines? Have you made research? Because I have seen pregnant women having miscarriage because of the COVID-19 vaccines. And as a medical student, at the time, I answered that miscarriage could be caused by various things. I explained all the things that could cause miscarriage. And I said that bodies respond differently to COVID-19 vaccines. Maybe it could be the COVID-19 vaccines, but it could be a whole of 99 other reasons that could lead to miscarriage. At the end of the conversation, the person was interested into COVID-19 vaccines, and which gives an example of how efficient communication strategies would enhance vaccination and therefore promoting global health and other challenges that we are facing. Also the mental health, because if people are getting the vaccines and they are not into vaccination, then it will affect them mentally and other effects. So another strategy is giving examples. I have taken the vaccine, that one has taken the vaccine, the president has taken the vaccine, and they are really fine. Don't tell them that it's a must. You have to take the vaccine because it is a policy induced by the politics. But you could give them examples. I taken the vaccine and I'm fine. So, and I think efficient communication strategies would solve a lot of problems, not even only in vaccine hesitancy, as the topic says, but in a whole lot of things that people are facing right now. Then another thing is social medias. The world and a bigger population of the country is using social media, and people day by day make memes where they post things that are irrelevant, information, misinformation that is not evidence-based. And I think part of the efficient communication strategy is using the platforms that people are using to give evidence-based research and evidence-based information so that people can have the truth about what is being given instead of people reading a whole of misinformation. And to sum up, I think we all have, after the presentation, one of my objectives is that we all could be advocates of effective communication strategies, not just inducing the things. And we have to have engagement of the community in the policies that we have to make. And as a young researcher and an aspiring one, I think it's better when we support young researchers to learn more about research so as to inform policy, to know how research is done, because there are the future in front. So thank you very much. That was all.
Okay, thank you, Verte, for mixing this communication way strategies to communicate the mental health issue. And it's a good strategist as the young researchers, young students to be effective about the issue of the mental health. So let's move to the next presenter. His name is Imani Dirimoe Simon. He's a graduate clinical psychology from University of Rwanda. He's a former class representative from 2017 to 2021. He's former president of Clinical Psychology Student Association. He's founder of Nsanga Initiative. He's co-founder of Yumata Initiative, and he is a software development trainer in Andela. And his research emphasis is in child development and mental health and child development. Let's welcome Simon. Let's give him hands. So, I'm sorry, he's going to present about the effect of attachment and the parenting style on academic performance of a child. And he has a case study of Groupe Scolaire Notre Dame des Anges, Groupe Scolaire Mera Catholique, and Groupe Scolaire Chimirongo in Gasabo district. So we have to be aware about this parenting style and attachment, as most of us, we are young. So we will learn how to care about also our child as well in academic performance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm very sorry. I'm having a hoarse voice. Maybe it's because of the climate, but hopefully you get me. Here we are having parents. We are having, yes, fathers. We are having mothers. We are having people who are, who will be mothers, the future mothers, or who will be future fathers, and also who wish to have a good parenting. So how about seeing your child? Yes, you give all the academics requirements, but your child couldn't perform well. Why? Why that happen? We wonder why that can happen. So you are now going to get some insight about, we don't look only on different factors. There are also some different factors that can impact the academic performance of a child. So I'll be here talking about the effects of attachment and parenting styles of the parents, of course, or the caregivers on the academic performance. So as he said, this is my case study. So this is our agenda is I'll be talking about the background of my study and also some hypotheses and the objective, why this. I'll be also coming to what are the methods or the methodology that I used. I'll be also what are the findings that I got from my research. I'll be also discussing about my data and also I'll be, yes, of course, concluding, but also what are the implications or the recommendations of this study. Coming to background, as I said, the students to perform well, there are so many factors that can, lead to that performance. So according to different research done, we found that children or adolescents pass through a lot. Maybe in the family there are so many problems, and then you go to school, your teacher doesn't care about, they only give the reasons, but after that, what happens? Despite all the findings on the literature, but there is no the information about the effects of parenting style and attachment on the academic performance of a child in Rwanda. So this is the new knowledge that I want to come with, so that we know what are the effects. Does it affect in a positive way or in a negative way? Coming to with all those questions, this happened when I was in my final internship. So I received the case in a clinical settings. It was a client, a mother and a child, but there was a divorce in the family. It was illegal marriage. You understand how it happens in our culture. When we say illegal marriage, they were not legally married. And the child was very competitive and could perform well academically. But according to the results, after the separation, the problem in the families, then she couldn't perform well. And along the way, I was like, why this? The child was very competitive from the beginning, and then why that happens? Is it because of the separation or any reasons? So that's when I came to take the topic, and then I was asking, does the academic performance be affected by the parenting styles or the way we are attached with our parents, which we consider as the attachment? Then I came with this problem statement. If there are some effects of parenting styles and attachment on the academic performance of a child. Then along the way, I hypothesized it. I came with a different hypothesis after doing some literature review. And then I was like, there is a link or relationship between the parenting, the authoritative parenting style, and the secure attachment, which can lead to better academic performance. That was my first hypothesis. And the second one was permissive parenting style leads to secure attachment, which also affects the academic performance in a positive way. My thirds, the children who are securely attached, they can perform better academically. The next one was authoritarian parenting style leads to insecure attachment, which may lower the academic performance. The last one was neglectful parenting style leads to insecure attachment, which also lower the academic performance. Then my objective was, of course, to know how this affects the academic performance of a child. and also to assess the relationship between parenting styles and different attachment styles, and the academic performance. This was a cross-sectional study where I just corrected data for when we say a cross-sectional study, is that you correct data, then that you don't need to compare different, you correct data maybe today, then next time we correct just to do that comparison. So this was a cross-sectional study where I correct data on different 3 schools by using convenience sampling technique. My inclusion criteria was children who are in primary schools, ranging from 10 years old to 14 years old, who of course has 2 parents, because if I want to see the attachment, you can't see the attachment when there are the presence of the caregivers. Also, I used descriptive analysis, was done by using Google Sheets. Also, I used SPSS, which is a statistical package for social science, used to analyze data. But also, I used R programming for some charts and a histogram to present my data. I also try to see, are these tools that I want to use are very reliable in our context, because there are some tools, but they are not reliable in the context. So I calculated the alpha of chronobatch of my tools, and I found for the first tool, I just found 0.648, and the next tool I found 0.46. This 0.46 is critical and sometimes, yes, questionable. So, but because of the number of items, I had only 15 items, which supports this to be reliable questionnaire. I also used the yes-2 questionnaire, and I used t-test to accept my hypothesis, or if I accept my new hypothesis, or if I need to accept the alternative hypothesis. My findings. So I came to find that from the data I corrected with the sample of 201 participants, I found that 51% were male and 49 were female in the study. And also, as said before, were ranging from 10 to 14 years old, which is found 11 years old were dominating in my sample at the level of 38%. And I came to find that in my sample, 75% were secure, they had secure attachment with their parents. And also I found that the authoritative parenting style were dominating at the level of 82% in my sample size. From this descriptive analysis, I just considered more the kurtosis and the skewness, which ranges from -10 to 10, and also the skewness from -3 to 3. Then I found this to be in the range which is acceptable to use the parametric test. According to these P charts, we see that as aforementioned, the 31%, which is 11 years, we see the age, we see 11 years old, which is 38%, were dominating in my sample size. Also, we had 51 male and 49 female. The parenting distribution, as I said before, because we have 4 parenting styles, we have authoritative, authoritarian, permissive, and neglectful. And for the attachment, we have anxious and avoidant and secure. So the avoidant and anxious is classified as insecure, and also we have secure. So the parenting style, we just, according to Bobry, he stated that we just classify them, even though in 4 sub scales, but they are classified in two types by considering the demanding and the responsiveness of their parents. So the academic performance, I found that from the large number was from when, according to how in primary school they grade students, they just promote them to the next level by just considering those who are above 50% and those who are below 50% in the major courses, which is English, Kinyarwanda, and mathematics, social studies, and general science. I found that the majority were above 50%, where we had a large number between like 40%, 50%, which is 44%. But we had from 90% to 100%, 8 students. So how is the secure attachment and the different parenting styles? What are the parenting styles that can be predicted by the secure attachment? So I found that by considering, we say the correlation, by considering the p-value, when according to my study, because I had the confidence level of 95%, which I was considering the margin error of 0.05, which is 5%, to have 100%. So to be correlative, to say that there is a correlation, I just had to consider a p-value which is less than 0.05. So I came to find that the authoritative parenting styles, by considering the p-value on the last column, I found that, which is less than 0.01, I found that authoritative parenting style predict the secure attachment, correlate with the secure attachment at the level of 19.9% by considering the R square, which informs that 90% is not enough. About 81%, which can be the moderating factors that has not been accessed in this study. Continuing to anxious and or ambivalent attachment and the parenting styles, I came to find that neglectful parenting style, by considering the p-value, which is less than 0.01, I came to find that neglectful parenting style correlates with anxious ambivalence, which at the level of 18.7% by considering the p-value multiplied 100, which is 18.7%, correlates with this parenting style, which also implies that there are missing about 72% to have the 100%, which also imply the other variables, which are authoritarian, authoritative, and permissive. But also, if you sum all, it doesn't match with the 100, which also implies the moderating factors and, of course, the parasites. The avoidant attachment, which is the rust attachment and the parenting styles, I came to find that authoritarian parenting style correlates at the variance of 12% with the avoidant attachment. So it predicts the avoidant. If your parent has this authoritarian parenting style, it's more likely at the level of 12% you'll be having this avoidant attachment, the way you attach to your parents or your caregiver. This also 12% is low, which implies there are also some different moderators that can influence that prediction. The parenting and the academic performance. Does the parenting directly affect the academic performance? So according to my research, I found that only the age can predict the academic performance. So this is at the level of 90.6%. Because by considering the p-value, which is less than 0.01, but also by considering this t, which is the t-test, which is minus 6.046, where I was considering my t according to the t table, I had 1.654. So considering to that value, this is less than the t value. So this implies that the age predicts their academic performance. Maybe the more you become as your age increase, so it's more likely you will be performing less according to how you performed before. Also, yes, according to this is what I came to find, that the age correlates with the academic performance. Coming to my results, this is the discussion. Coming to authoritative parenting style, I found that the authoritative parenting style correlate with secure attachment at the level of 44.6%, which also has the p-value, which is less than 0.001. Which means they correlate with the secure attachment, which also predicts, which positively correlate with the academic performance at the level of 19.9%. So this proves my first hypothesis, where I was, the hypothesis was the authoritative parenting style correlate with secure attachment, which leads to better academic performance. So it leads to better academic performance at the level of 19.9%. Coming to authoritarian parenting style, we found that authoritarian parenting style correlates positively with the avoidant attachment at the level of 34.7%, which lowers the academic performance at the level of 20.3%. So the more your parents are authoritarian, so the authoritarian parenting are those parents who gave us, who just gave us rules to follow, but they don't allow us this kind of the interaction. They just give the rules. They are not responsive. So this is why we can even correlate with the situation that we live in. I also came to find that neglectful parenting style correlate positively with anxious ambivalent attachment at the level of 44.3%, which lowers the academic performance at the level of 24.7%. So if your parent is neglectful, doesn't care, means you are likely to have this kind of ambivalent. You know, the ambivalent, they are, as we understand the word ambivalent, they're those parents who sometimes they tend to care, but another time they just don't care. They're just an, the middle line. So also came to permissive parenting style. I found that this doesn't correlate with the secure attachment by showing this, you see the p-value even is greater than 0.05, and I was considering the p-value which is less than 0.05. This implies that there is no correlation between permissive parenting style and secure attachment, and also found this doesn't predict the academic performance. So here, I rejected my null hypothesis where I was saying permissive parenting style predicts insecure attachment, which lowers the academic performance. But I came to find that the permissive parenting style doesn't predict the insecure attachment and also doesn't lower the academic performance. Coming to the age, we found that the age, as I even explained before, correlates with the predict the academic performance at the level of 19.6%, which also implies that, as I said before, there are some factors, because 19% is not enough to confirm that, okay, this confirms that if you are in 15 years old, means you are not performing well as you were in 30 years old. However, according to our findings and the literature review, so the authoritative parenting style found to be correlate with secure attachment, which also leads to the better academic performance, according also to some literatures. So here are some limitations of my study. So we can't come to conclusion by saying, okay, well, if you have authoritative parenting style, this means you'll be having secure attachment, because this data were collected on only 3 different schools from only 1 district. But there might be different moderating factors, and also because of the learning environment, because as I said, the academic performance is huge, so we can't only take one element and then we say, this is the only one that you can focus and say, okay, the parenting styles and the academic performance can be compared, but there are also different factors. For example, the learning facilities, for example, the learning environment, for example, how your teachers, even how your teachers are competitive, the skills they give you might also contribute a lot to your performance. So this is also the limitation of our study, because we didn't explore all those factors that could moderate the academic performance. So to come to conclusion regarding to the limitations, regarding to findings, this gives us new knowledge to us as future parents, to teachers, and to different stakeholders, knowing that we don't only need to consider giving our children, on giving school materials, only knowing that they went to school in the morning, but don't care about the relationship we have with them. So we recommend having this, that the authoritative parenting style, which predict the secure attachment, is more, I would not say more recommendable, but this leads to better academic performance, and we wish our children to perform well at this school. Also, the authoritarian parenting style and avoidant attachment and the neglectful parenting style predict the anxious attachment, which negatively correlate with the academic performance of a child. So according to research findings, this informs different stakeholders to take into consideration of how we parent our children, and also how we interact with them. What is our attachment with our children? How do we parent them? We also need to consider this. Moreover, this also gives room to different researchers here to explore more and then say, so if we were just seeing the effects of parenting as the whole and also the attachment, but what are different courses, like let's say mathematics? If I have parenting style of authoritative, what are the courses I'm more likely to perform better than? So researchers, this is for us to explore for the next, so that we can even know what are the specific courses that we can perform regarding to the parenting style we have, and also the attachment we have with our caregivers. So as a way of recommending, according to the findings and also different limitations that we met along the way, would recommend the parents to take care of the parenting styles. Because if I randomly select a parent here and say, what is your parenting style? I'm sure 90% you not even know what is it. We not even care the attachment we have with our children. So you see, this is a very big problem. So we parents, future parents, we parents here, please consider knowing what is your parenting style. And also remember, if you have authoritative parenting style, it doesn't mean this is your personality. This, according to the way you are, this can change. The parenting style is not fixed. It's not the personality. This can be altered. So if we came to try to think about that, we also know, oh, maybe I'm becoming harsh to my children. So how can I change this? So I don't care about the assignment of my children. Do they give them homework? But if I know that I don't, I'm having this kind of avoidance to my children, I will try to improve that, because I know some effect that might come after that. Also, this I will also recommend, according to the results, to different stakeholders like HEC and the REB, to consider availing clinical psychologists on different schools, because we found that teachers sometimes are there giving courses, are there giving materials, but they don't care about the relationship. But remember, the relationship as a teacher you have with your children, this will influence the way the child will perform your course. We all remember when we used to have some issues with our lecturers, we can't even perform that course. So we see we need psychologists on different primary schools, secondary schools, so that they will be having different sessions with the students and also with teachers, so that they can improve the way they teach the students and also the way they interact with them. Moreover, this also recommend evaluating different as the future researchers, or who might have this interest of furthering this research, so that we can go further and dive deep to know what are different mediating factors that can influence the academic performance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Simon, for your best presentations. And he recommended to every parent, which parenting style do you use? Single fellows. Which kind of parenting style are we going to use? Huh? And he gave us hope that learning is possible. And the parenting style is not a personality. So to run a better parenting style, which will determine also the better academic performance of children, is better. So let's give him another hand, please. Thank you, Simon. So we are going to another presenter. She's called Bukuru Germaine. She's PhD student from University of Rwanda Department of Clinical Psychology. So she's clinical psychologist by professional. She holds both bachelor degree in clinical psychology, and she has a master's degree in clinical psychology and therapeutic, both from University of Rwanda. And she's now work as counselor in Kepler College, and she's interested in drug addiction and mental health and neurocognitive disorder, from where she's orienting her research. So let's welcome Bukuru Germaine.
Thank you very much. As they told you, I'm a PhD student, and by name Bukuru Germaine, as they said. So from my experience, working experience, and in different settings, health settings, I met with different patients, and I developed a kind of passion on drug addicts people. So when I was working in a Huye Isangi Rehabilitation Center, and many times when I visited Iwawa Vacation and Rehabilitation Center, I said maybe I want to go deeply on those local alcohol processed in Rwanda. So why I chose to work on this psychoactive substance addiction and the associated mental and neurocognitive impairment in Rwandan youth. My supervisors, as you see, is Professor Sezibera as a clinical psychologist, and also Associate Professor Pena Susan, who is neuropsychologist, and Associate Professor Raymond Muganga as a pharmacist specialized on microbiology, and Dr. Inosa Hahirwa, a pharmacist specialized on toxicology. We will understand why these interdisciplinary supervisors, and I will explain why I chose to have those supervisors. So, as Rwandese, we are here, and with the other who are coming from different parts of the country, we know that many people are using alcohol. They take it as a normal things or a normal habit of using alcohol. And also we know that in different cultures, they take it as a symbolic meaning, and it was like approved, and WHO assumed that to take alcohol, a moderate consumption of it is accepted. And in Rwandan culture, in weddings, other ceremonies and activities like in funerals, recreational activities, normally they use alcohol. But regardless of those, that using of alcohol, it can lead to the intoxication or to the some temporal or permanent impairment. Also, when people take many alcohol, consume many alcohol, can lead to dependence. At first, they take it as to distress themselves, to feel happy, excited, but when they consume more and more, they come, it become depressant alcohol. So it depends on how much you took and how long you took that kind of drugs or substance. So in their global report, the WHO reported that alcohol consumption plays a major role in morbidity and mortality globally. But also it was evidenced that chronic alcohol addiction may turn into an intergenerational condition through fetal alcohol syndrome, what they call FAS. People who are here as nurses who worked in maternity wards or pediatry, they know when a child is born from those alcoholic mothers, when they are born, the way they are looking like, it is like he's an old man of 80. The way he's just, even his eyes, the skin is like it is, how they call it, sick. So you can see that child is an old man or a woman. So the impact of alcohol and other drug use are vast, ranging from physical and mental health. And here, you know that here we have doctors who can explain more than me that as the alcohol is processed from the liver, and that liver is the targeted organ which will be destroyed. And also we will have some losses of vitamins, which will lead to the loss of those vitamins, and there we will have some kind of diseases, and every part, every organ will be affected. And this maybe will be explained in our research when it will be done. Also, in education settings, there is a low performance. Why? Because the alcohol will affect the brain in different parts, especially in the frontal lobe. They will affect the way of thinking, they will affect the way of judgment, and also we will lose concentration and focus. When people are not focusing, are not concentrating, they will not study. And also they will not be able to sleep. When they are not sleeping, it will lead to the stress. So this physiologic phenomenon will lead the student to don't perform well in his academic activities. So it will also, we know how alcohol can lead to violent crimes when they are fighting each other, when they are quarreling with their family members, husband and wife, as they are saying, interpartner violence. We know when I was participating in that research, we found out that like 95%, it is those people who are using drugs and alcohol, especially alcohol. And you can be surprised that many people who are coming from rural areas are using those local alcohol, and even we don't know how much they can affect and how much level and concentration of the alcohol included in those kind of beverages. So excuse me. Okay, so as women who are consuming alcohol, they may be having or co-curing mental disorders which will be associated to the alcohol consumption, and this will not affect only those people, those women who are consuming them, but also it will impact the entire family, and also the neighbors will suffer from what those women are suffering from. And the research made in population from Australia, men and women are more affected than men, because women were 44% of those ones who are using alcohol, and they have those curing diseases. This, even if it was not tested at large scale of that national, and describe how curing mental disorders and substances, but there was some evidences which suggested that the high prevalence and impacts of both mental and substance use are affecting women more than men, because men were 31 vis-a-vis to the women. So in Rwanda, the study was done in 2012 by the Ministry of Youth and the former Kashi. And there they were looking the risk factors to children or to the youth to use psychoactive substances. So in this research, which published in 2015, showed that the prevalence of use among those ones tested, 34% were alcohol use. But that 34% were previously 1 month before they passed that interview. And 39% of those ones who used alcohol were 39 previous 12 months before that interview. So this shows that one man and one young boy and girl, if I can say, were dependent to the alcohol, means that 7.46% were dependent to the alcohol, according to that research of Kanyoni and Gishoma. So psychoactive substances, especially alcohol, which is our focus on this project, operates by temporarily affecting a person's mood, and they are affecting chemistry, which in turn causes changes in perception, cognition, person's mood, and behavior. They change in behavior because of what is happening in the brain. Some drugs are working in place of dopamine, in place of receptors, if I can say. So some drugs block the use of the normal and natural dopamine. It block the, if I can say, the production. If I don't know, doctors here, they know how they can say. But others, they free the production of dopamine. So there, it causes changes in behaviors, and we will see in our research when we will do it. So why do we do, and what is our objective? In our research, we will gather and aggregating informations of psychoactive substances profiling in Rwanda. So here we know Muriture, Kanyanga, Igitiritiri, and whatever. But here, the ongoing, you are laughing. Yes, we don't say score because we know it is there. And I don't know names of, I don't drink it. So, okay, but those ones, local ones, the way they are calling them, it is the way it affecting the person, or the effects of that beer or that wine from the local processed those beverages. So those Muriture and Kanyanga, we will have to gather those informations, their names, their compositions. So what is there, so that the person can react directly, which is different to the person who is taking a score and took it for many years without having those problems. So these ones, they even take a small amount and you can see that they are changing. So what is included there, which is affecting the person rather than ethanol or methanol. So we will find out those ones, and then we determine the toxicity and its toxicosis to the human being, especially to the brain and the brain functioning. So after determining them, we will have to adapt and validating the African neuropsychological battery, because we don't yet having those battery to use in Rwanda. So that one will be adapted so that we can use it to assess neurocognitive disorders. After having that battery, we will have to assess those associated mental and neurocognitive disorders. And this will not only work on those ones caused by the alcohol, but there we will have the tool to use for those neurodegenerative diseases, which may be hard problem to diagnose them, especially because we only have those neurologists, I think. So here we don't have yet those neuropsychologists. So I will be the one. Yes. So after that, we will analyze the relationship between mental and neurocognitive disorder, their relationship. So here, how we do this? We will do our research by the mixed methods, quantitative and qualitative methods, to blend the benefits of these distinct ways of working, understanding, and finding truth. We may thinking that there is other chemicals there in those local ones, but maybe there is no one. So there we have to know the truth. And also, we will use a longitudinal design, and we will correct our data by using questionnaires and laboratory tests to answer questions of our study. Also, we will use a systematic random sampling techniques, and to choose participants who will meet inclusion criteria. We will the study to determine the representative of those participants. We will use a Yaman technique, which is there, where the participant will be determined by visiting transit centers. I don't know people from NRIs if they are here. We will visit transit centers and count people who will be there. So among those ones who are using psychoactive substances, we will have the participant of those ones who are using local alcohol beverages. So the participants will come from there. So after that, I want to share with you those tools we will use. Even if I don't know how in laboratory, what reactive they will use, I'm not yet knowing them, but laboratory tests will be conducted to know the level, concentration, and to determine those different chemicals which be included on those beverages. Here we will use a Hopkins symptom checklist to assess depression and anxiety, which should be comorbidities from using alcohol, because we don't know which comes first. So we will have to assess those anxiety and depression using this checklist, which have 25 25 items, 10 of anxiety and 15 for depression. We will use PCL 5 to test PTSD, and we use African Neuropsychological Battery, and then we will do interviews. So as outcome, I think here we have people from RIB and police. Police always sensitize on people who are using drugs. And always they are just go and throw out those ones who are processed. But the problem continue increasing. Why? So maybe in this research we will have why. And they will adopt their awareness. So to the clinic level, they will understand how local beverages used in Rwanda can affect the brain and the brain functioning. And also, as they will know how it affects and what will be a result of influencing the person's behavior because of them, they will know how to handle their clients. As they will have that validated instrument, they will be trained on how to use it, then they will know how to test, to diagnose those neuropsychological disorders. And to the social and political level, the findings will contribute to policy making, resolution of psychoactive substance addiction, and neuro and mental disorder problems. Then the awareness will be adopted as they will have the research published and the evidences, so they will have what to say. So conclusion, this research proposal, as when I was starting, I showed that I will work with different people with different specialization. So it will focus to an understood component of phenomenon in Rwanda. So the use and abuse of local beverages, their chemical composition, their mental and neurocognitive harmful effects. And the project's uniqueness also include interdisciplinarity, like clinical psychology, as we will study on their pathologic anxiety and depression, pharmacy, they said that speciality of biopharmaceutic, as we have to test their level and their distinct chemical compositions, and also their toxicology. And we will have neuropsychology, as we will have to work on neuroanatomy, and so why we will have those neuropsychology department or orientation, so that we can have all information about those local alcohol. So any kind of support, any kind of advice is well welcomed. Thank you.
So, thank you, Germaine. So, as a matter of fact, the time is going. So, let's hear about the panel presentations. Let me invite Verite, medical student, level 3. Let me invite Bukulu Germaine as well, who finishes has a presentation. Let me invite Kwizera Rulinda, and there is new. He's a clinical psychology student, level 4 from University of Rwanda. He is also board chair and the founder of Mental Health Journal of Rwanda, and his interest is research and the advocacy in mental health. So, would like also to invite Alice Bayingana, recently completed the joint masters in global mental health at King's College London and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. She is passionate about access to health, especially as it's related to adolescents and young people assessing sexual and reproductive health and right mental health services. So let's invite also Alice Bayingana on panel. Now, she worked as a program officer at Global Health Corps, focusing on translating research on mental health access into policy action as a research associate in the Office of Vice Chancellor at the University of Global Health Equity. So let's give them hand again. So this is our panel, and it will be short and brief, and one question for each, which is inspired, and also welcome the audience for the comment and the questions. So my questions will be started to Miss Jalman. As you understand, she is a PhD student, and it means, but the first I should request you to give hand to Professor Sezbela to this thing before we give him hand. When we talk about this section of area researcher, it's about young researcher which has at least PhD, which is under 10 years. In price, one is called area career researcher when she holds a PhD, but which is not greater than 10 years. And Professor, Director of Center for Mental Health, she welcomes every student, even if undergraduate, also to conduct a research, and it can be added to the publications. So this is a great achievement to welcome young researchers, undergraduate, master's students to participate in the research. So let's thank Professor Sezbela for this achievement. And so let me ask you, Jalman, as is a PhD student, and there is the intervals between bachelor's and the master's student. So according to your experience as you are a PhD student, what's a legacy do you need to leave to a younger researcher who is in the master's or bachelor?
Thank you. I'm not experienced as a PhD because I recently admitted and registered, so I'm still young. So, as my colleagues from undergraduate and master's level, as they are doing their research, I will advise them to don't do it as it is the way of ending their program. Yeah, when you are doing a research, it's just something you are feeling you want to do. And the one you choose, no one can give you what you have to do. Just do what you think you want to search and to know what is happening. So when you do it, just consider it as it is a starting point. Even if you are in the undergraduate, even if you are in the master's. And also having a thirsty of knowing more is what I can tell them.
Thank you. So the second question will be addressed to Bayingana, and I can say she is a specialist in research, global mental health from UK. And I apologize for using this quote from Professor Venza. He's my supervisor. Once he said when he finished his PhD, he comes in Rwanda and everyone congratulates him. Congratulations, congratulations. And when he meets his supervisor in Rwanda, he say everyone is telling you congratulations. But after 6 months, no one will tell you congratulations. But they will ask you what is the contribution of your PhD to the society. So I'm addressing this question to Waingana as you move forward and you study much about the mental health for research. So my question is, what is the how do you compare the research? What is your attitude from overseas countries to the context of Rwanda? The like two experience which is intense you learn from UK. You can tell us here there is different PhD holders, masters, as well as the young researcher that can inspire us to do a research, because one important of the research is to do something which is evidence-based, and the government, different institution can make the policy but which is based on the research. So what two experience you can share as here, especially as the young researcher, to be inspired?
Sure. Quick correction though, I'm not from the UK. I'm from Rwanda. And I was only in the UK for a year, so I'm not sure if I can speak to the UK experience of research that well. But maybe something I was thinking about when I was in the audience was like what language we do research in and what language we access knowledge in. And maybe the big difference that I would say is that people in the UK do research in the same language that they engage their communities in, and that they reflect in, and that they think about their realities in. In Rwanda, I mean, I don't know about you, but like we all, like when I'm in my community or my family, usually I'm speaking Kinyarwanda. When I'm thinking about like life in Rwanda, I'm thinking in Kinyarwanda. So I think we lose something when the research is now being done in English instead of the language that we all engage each other in. So yeah, that's, I think, maybe the biggest one. I wish we would have things like this in Kinyarwanda, and we encourage young researchers to do research in Kinyarwanda. So yeah, yeah, that's my contribution.
Okay, thank you, Bayana. The second questions, which has addressed it to you, how do you think organization and the academic institution can foster involvement and building up strong research capacity for next generation of researchers?
Sure. I think, like if you've ever been, so I've done research here for close to 10 years now. And something that I've noticed is when we involve young researchers in research, they usually come in as data collection or like very, very much support staff. They're not doing anything like too big. And it's reflected in the way we acknowledge young researchers. So I think we could invest a bit more by giving them space to run their own research and be able to be curious and experiment a bit more. And also, I think I mean, I know it's like an evidence-based research symposium, but I think we've like overemphasized quantitative research a bit. And I think if you ask somebody like, what is research? A lot of times they're going to describe statistics to you. So I think if we move away from that, we can include more people in people who do research. You know, so the people who are usually afraid of like regressions and stats. So yeah, evidence is not just numbers. Yeah.
Okay, you have to quote that the evidence is not numbers, as she says. So let's move to Kalangwa Velte. He is a third-year medical student, and I will address two questions. What do you see as the main challenges facing the field, and how can we address them?
Thank you. One of the main challenges is practice. We we study theory in research, but we don't get to practice it. Maybe when I see people in year 5 doing their researches, but I think we should start practicing research at level 1, and it's possible doing research. And I have a number of phone numbers of lecturers that teach me, and other professors, but not all of them are responsive. And I again thank Prof. Sezibera. He's been responsive to me since day one. Since day one. And I think we should encourage more people who are experienced in research to promote meaningful youth engagement. Not just engaging youth, but it should be a meaningful engagement so as to help them in their challenges. So with right guidance, with the right mentorship, I think it would help address all challenges in research.
Thank you. As you was saying, I was also request for professor to respond to this challenge as well. So the second question is, how do you see yourself doing research in 10 years' time? So let me repeat my question. So how do you see yourself doing research in next 10 years?
Up to now, my next step is publishing a peer-reviewed article, because I've done 2 opinion-oriented articles. While I was discussing with one professor from UK, he said that he doesn't want a lot of articles on his CV, but he wants an research of impact. So in 10 years to come, I see myself as a researcher of impact. I want to do researches that impact people's lives than just doing a lot of researches.
Yeah. Next question is addressed to Rulinda Kwizera. As I said into his bios, is a founder of Mental Health Journal of Rwanda, and is a level 4 clinical psychology student. It's a good initiatives, and is founder of that journal. What do you see as the path forward for improving mental health and the child development in Rwanda?
Thank you so much. I would like to thank everyone who made me stand on this stage, starting from my professor, Professor Sisbel. Since year 1, I think the third semester, I asked him how to get involved in research. I think this is the response he gave me.
The response is here.
The response is here. So, and also Dr. Seba Tuko is here, and I'm thankful for him. His advice were powerful. The way I can address this question regarding to how mental health and child development can be improved. So it all starts from parenting style. If you have a good parenting style, children are well treated, it can prevent them from that social environment, because it is noted that children are the product of the society. What you teach the children are what they consume. And also we have 3 categories of caregivers. We have people who are teachers. We have their fellows who they study together, who they work together, and also we have the real parent. So you have in the parenting side, we have to consider those all categories of people who are looking after children, who are sharing everything, information, I mean. So with a good parenting style, I think this will be a crucial role and a stepping stone toward having a well-maintained child development. Regarding to developing mental health, as representing Mental Health Journal Rwanda, we journal mental health and advocacy. So it starts with education about oral psych education, as we see. Telling people what they don't know and what they need to know. Engaging youth, because youth they are the main contributors within this society. to every kind of field. So engaging youth in mental health can be a good way to improve mental scores. It is highlighted and revealed by the WHO that mental health issues start from early age as 14 to 19. So for the youth or adolescents aware of those issues can be a good way to prevent the incipient of the disorder or to detect the incipient of the disorder for proper management and treatment. So I think.
Okay, thank you. There's two questions before we come. The audience and it's a bonus will be addressed the two gentlemen and as well as Rulinda. So we hear from Vertem as the question which say about many challenges facing in the field, and there is a medical student. So Rulinda, can you talk brief about the many challenges facing the field? So as you are a psychology student, as a medical student, and we want to hear from you.
If I may start, I would say there are barriers toward community engagement. So the first one is lack of adequate knowledge to how to approach community, because we all have community. If you are going outside of the campus, it's community. If you are in the campus, it's the community. But it's for sure, or sometimes we face challenge even addressing our fellow student towards some related issues. And also we have to highlight that the more you understand your community, the more you will implement home-based solution. It will be easier to implement home-based solution, like you have been dealing with addressing transgenerational trauma. So, and several approaches that have been used to address transgenerational trauma within across worldwide is not the same way that will be used to address transgenerational trauma within Rwanda, because we have different history background, and the atrocity is not the same. So there's the need, a surge need of home-based solution. So where will it come? It will come from understanding your community. So another barrier is all about lack of mentorship. So there are elder people who went before in that community. So if you don't have a mentor, it will be a tug of war to join or to know more about that, or to join the community for more studies. So another barrier is all about lack of funds. When talk about research, it's about, we all think research is costing. So if some institution and stakeholders can contribute toward supporting juniors within the research, can be a stepping stone toward development, community engagement, and also evidence-based.
Okay. Thank you. The last questions, two gentlemen, as a PhD student, and I think it's on high level on the panel. So it's one question with Tusabu. What did you see as current needs within research that aren't being addressed? And the second, how do you improve the current challenge within mental health and child development research? Okay. May I repeat my question?
The first one.
Okay, the first, what do you see as current need within a research that aren't being addressed?
Okay. I don't know if I will be specific to what you were saying, but in mental health, we are the research. Many people are working, okay, to the field of mental health. I can see they are just seeing the prevalence. The prevalence of mental health among this stage of age. But no one, as we are doing research, thinking that it will have an impact to the society. So, for example, those ones who are working on a child development, they are working on child development, but those children who have mental health issues, how do they get those issues? So, meaning that as children should be the showing those mental disorders as what is happening in the family. So I think the forgotten or ignored part is that we have to work on how we can prevent that children mental disorders, or within the period of developing, we have to work on those research which will have to educate families and the society in general, so that they can have the good children, the good youth, the contributing young adults, starting to the point at the family. So as we are saying, the interpartner violence and other issues which can happen in the family, it is not affecting only the family, but also we saw kids. But we have to solve first what is happening in the family, in the society. When I'm saying in the society, we don't search what is happening in schools, how teachers, administrators in schools are behaving against students. And we know how they are behaving, how they are reacting to students will interfere to the students' behavior, and then it will interfere to the students' performance. So the forgotten part is to that area I'm telling you.
So, thank you, and I think you collect even if the answer for the question number 2. Thank you. So let's give hand to this team of panelists. Many. Let's give them hand, please. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So let's welcome the audience for the comment, question to the audience. Also, you can address to the questions on one of the experts sitting here in us. So from the audience, welcome. Any question? Yes, to Dr. Smell.
Thank you. My question is addressed to Rulinda. I remember when he came to the University of Rwanda in clinical psychology, he came in my office. He was in year 1, and he asked me if I can help him to become also researcher. Imagine a student of year 1 just coming. I was surprised. It was the first time. So today, seeing even the way he's sitting there, it seems that he has progressed. So my question is, from the date, the period when you were admitted to UR and ambitious to become a researcher, up to today now you will start really the research part, because in year 4 you will conduct a thesis. Which progress do you have made? You will respond, first of all, about your motivation. The motivation you had, you compare it with the one you have today, because the one you have today also mix challenges of becoming researcher. 2, where what are your projects in the future as a future researcher?
So let's receive other. Okay, Professor says better. Professor says better. Okay. So you may write the questions.
Thank you, moderator. I think, and thank you for the compliments. Just to say, I was just doing my job, nothing special. But what I want to talk about is this platform. Yesterday I was explaining the way we understand. I mean, at the Center for Mental Health, we understand what capacity building is. And I said the idea behind this program we are running in partnership with other colleagues is to give the floor to young researchers, beginners if you want. Because we believe that we don't have to wait that they become of our age to start. You don't need to accumulate frustration and wait until you are either doctors or to start exercising in doing research. And my comment will be also, we on the other side who believe that we are the expert, we should not frustrate you, either with numbers or being judgmental from the way you articulate being English or French. Because if we give you the flow in Kinyarwanda, then we will see how vibrant you will be. And we have even to congratulate you because you try even all those other languages, in addition to Kinyarwanda, to Swahili, to everything. So why I mean with this is to commend and encourage you and others. Keep trying, keep exercising, and not be a victim of any kind of anxiety, either performance or what. And there is an ongoing debate around decolonizing research, to include decolonizing psychology. And I remember we were attending a commemoration session in Huye, and a young lady, she requests the mayor to start writing the history of the genocide and the consequences of the genocide in Kinyarwanda. And then she said, how could you translate this in English? Ngo nagiye kubasura nshaka ko nahihisha kuko barimo baduhiga mbona bamwe bari kunjyanira inzara bacira inoni ndetse and then we said, yeah, how do you translate inoni in English? And other cases and examples you may have. I think writing in Kinyarwanda is not a weakness, but maybe we tend to comply and meet the so-called universal and international standards. But who does determine what is universal and international? Why Kinyarwanda? And anyway, these are challenges but also realities. My question is this now to you all. As we said, and it is true, this is our second symposium, and the key players are you. How would you like us to prepare and organize the next symposium in a way that can better support you? I will need to know how do you think we can keep organizing this and suit your expectations.
Thanks. My name is Sean Valence. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, and I'm working at Prison Fellowship Rwanda, not Mental Peace, as Alexandra said yesterday, but in the other program known as the Child's Journey Program. I don't know if the right time for me, since it's not for panelists but other speakers. It was just to supplement what has been presented by Simon. about attachment. I have an experience to share with you. Let's say I'm working with children with incarcerated parents, and to experience the same scenario where those children present poor school performance, not only academic problems, but other severe behavior and mental health problems. Where, for example, we have the cases of suicide, other depressive symptoms, anxiety, and so forth. I would like to share with you what we are doing, how we are contributing. I think it can really help Simon and other audience can learn from us. We have realized that.
Excuse me, sir. Can you use 2 minutes? We have to run over there. Yeah.
That's why I said that's not a good time for me. Taking the children to prisons, visiting their parents, we realize that there is an increase of there is an increasing of academic performance due to that connection or interaction with their parents. That was an experience I would like to share with the audience to supplement, to show how when there is a problem between a problem of parent-child interaction, that it really affects the children, their studies. Thanks.
Thank you. So let's give him a hand for his supporting ideas. So we receive one question.
Yeah.
Due to time.
Yes.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I'm Ernest from Interpeace. I have a question addressed to Jermaine about her interesting research. I have one question is we interacted with some of the people who are leading these rehab centers, especially those psychiatric centers. And the young people there, some of them are taking a mix of substance abuses, not necessarily locally made. So in your laboratory testing, how will you actually differentiate the toxicity from the locally made and from others like mugo, like any other substance that they are taking? Secondly, we are talking about the mental impairment resulting from taking these substances. But when we interacted with some of the young people, they said, we start taking substances to maybe to address the emotional pain we cannot touch. How will we differentiate the mental health problems coming from the taking of these substances from maybe the mental health problems that actually led to taking these substances? Those are my questions. Thank you.
So, thank you, Ernest. So let's receive the response from the panelists. Used to have short brief word, and to the question by professor, you have to use one word. For example, I need the next third Rwanda Research Symposium to be, for example, multidisciplinary, interconnection, mutual learning in one word, everyone. And let's receive Lulinda and the gentleman in 1 minute to be punctual.
Responding to the question from, Professor Sesvera, saying, what is your suggestion to the next research symposium? I would love to be youth-friendly like this, but more to have start by now engaging youth in research or supporting them within their initiative. Thank you.
So you can answer also the question from Dr. Simeo.
The first question that I'm addressing, what was my comparison? What is the comparison between when I was in year one, asking about research, and my current position? So I would say it was really life changing, as you see, because it was very challenging to see someone who can understand you, because many people used to say to do research is require PhD, but for now we have several people who have done their research and published at undergraduate level. So I believe for now I can see the challenges, but creating mental health journal Rwanda, I feel like I need to help out fellow students to have some trainings, and also I'm doing it in partnership with Center for Mental Health. Recently we organized a joint research and writing training that lasted three months of follow-up. So the product, we have some of the posters we had there, we were viewing were the product of that research symposium, research training. So indeed, he asked about what is your vision in research. My vision is to help my fellows as to have a platform like Mental Health Journal Rwanda, where they will be publishing their articles, and also it will become open access journal. So for everyone who will be need to have that information regarding to research, because the real challenge within this context, we have some journals needed to be paid. You have to have paywall. So that challenge I will address it. Thank you.
So thank you. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Coming to the professor's question, the next symposium, or of not a conference. So I think the next platform like this, I will wish that there is more time of asking questions, because as you can see, you even limited them. So this will help us to develop, as it is our platform of gaining from experienced researchers. It will help to gain from them and expose or giving or showing our challenges to them. Then they can help us through their experience, through their, as they are seeing how we can develop our experience. So next time, I think you will think on this to give time to questions. Coming to the question I was addressed to my colleague from Interpeace, I think. Yeah, how we will know that as they should be the comorbidities. It may start by using drugs or abusing them, but also it should be a kind of a background of mental disorders, but which was, if I can say, aggravated, or to drink, to use alcohol will excite the apparition of those symptoms. So my objective is not to know which comes first, is to know which kind of mental disorders or neurocognitive disorders can be caused by. So to know that is why we have a specialized person on toxicology, because they will not use a blood or urine. They will use those those substances to know that how it can affect the person's brain. So there we will not use the blood. Also, people from rehabilitation centers may use different drugs. As we know, they may use cannabis or heroin, and many times they are saying when they take it for a long time, they are not attending their high, and they have to stimulate themselves by taking the high one so that they can feel the way they want. So there, we will, each drugs, each substance has its own marker. So they know what they use, like reactives or other specific markers to determine if it is heroin users or alcohol users. It will not be an issue to know it, even if I'm not from medicine, so I think it will be defined.
Okay, give mic to. It's a comment. So, it seems that it is so beautiful, doctor, and so sweet to stay here on the panel. We discuss Philamio from as expert, but the time is telling us that the next program is. So let me give you like 30 seconds, doctor, and yeah, I give you mic.
Okay, ndabona umwanya wawe mutoya ndavuga mu Kinyarwanda kuko Cyongereza si cyanjye. Ndashaka kwisabira gusa kuzafatikanya na Germaine kuko ibyo avuga numva bindeba cyane, ariko sije yiwe nziza, ariko isaba ko baba mu bushishozi bwinshi. Nta commentaire ngiyemo kuko ari byo numvaga nkumva bisaba ko benda tubasha kuzumvikanaho kugira ngo bizamufashe kugira ngo travail igende neza, kuko travail ni large, ayifashe muri context ukuntu bimeze. Bibaye na byiza yanyura muri centre tukabanza tukareba igishoboka. Murakoze. Ubutaha ndikeka ko muzaza muha abantu umwanya wo kubaza. Murakoze.
Dr. Narimwe mikoro agiye kugaba. Okay, so I think let's hear from Bayingana and the Verte. So what Professor requests us in a simple word to next the symposium, what I want is there mutual interaction between the expert and young researcher. Simple. Yeah.
Thank you. We need mentorship matching on the next research symposium, where here we have very many mentors who are experienced, and maybe some chosen people will be matched to someone to mentor them in maybe one research project. It will be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for being on the panel. So let's go to the next session, and I feel I'm so sorry for the audience who want to address their questions. Who? Oh, Bayingana, you didn't say. Okay, wait.
I think what I would say for the next one, I would like for it to be student organized, so that we can, this whole thing could be planned. So that this whole event could be planned around the needs and the interests of the students. Yeah, I think I would be really interested to see how that turns out. I think it would be very exciting.
Sure. Thank you. So I'm so sorry for the audience. So sorry. So let's go to the next. So thank you. Let's give them a hand. So.
Thank you so much, Yves Gashugi, for moderating this interesting panel discussion with young researchers. And as you mentioned and maybe claimed, and we actually acknowledge being short on time, and we've tried, because last time it was just one day. So today, this year we tried to make it 2 days, but still time is always a constraint, and we will try to work on it, especially engaging with the audience. And I really encourage you to approach anyone who was on this panel or other past panels so that you can ask them your burning questions and even network with them. So yeah, you have the opportunity to do so during the cocktail in the evening at the end of the symposium. So don't miss that. So before I introduce the key discussion, the key topic discussion, I would like you to stand up so that we can stretch. We need that. Yeah, let's stand up and try to stretch. I'm going to be saying, let's do this, and you will try your best to do it. So the first thing, it's going to be difficult. Let's climb a tree. Go. Yeah, how would you climb a tree? Do it. I'm seeing some people adamant to do it. Try your best. Okay, keep going, keep going. Climb a tree, you need that. Stretch, stretch. Climb a tree. Climb a tree. I don't know if many of you know ubugari. It's like one kind of yeah. So we are going to try to make ubugari. You know how you make ubugari, so this is your time to practice, you know. Okay, yeah, so ubugari right now. Let's do it. Move your hips, move your arms. Yeah, some people are enjoying. I know it. So yeah, you may have a seat. Thank you, everyone. So we are moving on to the next session, which involves key topic discussions, and we are going to have actually 2 speakers instead of 3. And the first one is going to present on role of faith-based organization in fostering mental health and child development initiatives, and that's none other than Dr. Simeo Gitimwa Sebatukura, who is also a pastor and is a lecturer of psychology at the University of Rwanda since 2009, and a visiting lecturer at the master's program of the Protestant Institute of Social Sciences. He has, before joining academia, he has also worked in administration at the University of Rwanda, the former University of Rwanda, so National University of Rwanda, where he worked as a head of Department of Planning, Director of Student Affairs, and Director of Secretariat of University Organs. So please, Dr. Sebatukura, join us here on the stage so that you can give your presentation on the role of faith-based organization in fostering mental health and child development.
It is a privilege to have this opportunity to present this topic. I know that we have faith, and it will be easy to be understood because everyone share what I'm going to present. So the other thing, because I have this microphone, to thank also the organizers of this symposium, having the Symposium in Rwanda in mental health is something that is we
Also, Professor Vincent, who is leading this, I thank you with my sincere. I am also very glad to have a big audience composed by students also who are very interested. This shows how the future in research in mental health is promising. I have been in the other symposium and in many other scientific forums in mental health. I think it is the first time we are introducing the faith-based organization and their contribution in the mental health. The introduction relate how, through the history, faith communities have delivered community services. This we know. And which is very interesting here, these activities are guided by theology. We have a very solid foundation in the Word of God that people, which make people who are intervening doing without hoping, receiving reward, or so they are very committed. They have worked for populations such as orphans, unmarried mothers, elderly, persons with disabilities, persons who were ill, homeless, or lacked the resources, what we call social services. And the third bullet show how even government entities, not for profit or for profit organization, have taken a more dominant role in funding and delivering health and human services. Faith communities have continued to play an active, though less obvious. We don't talk about them. It's like they do not exist, but they are there. We are there, and we intervene. We have a role in providing community services. Among other services provided, we have hospital or nursing facilities. In Rwanda, we have many hospitals that have been built by congregation, Christian congregation especially. We intervene in counseling, elderly housing, senior services, service in prison. There is someone who said about prison, child care. Myself, I have visited many times prison, also to distribute the Bibles as a Gideon International. I have been a Gideon International. The child care, substance abuse services, tutoring, health education, or employment services. The faith community and the behavioral health communities have a long tradition of working together to address the need of persons with mental illness. Coming to social, we are now in the domain of mental health. There are also churches are there to address the need of persons with mental illness and the substance abuse disorders. We have some texts of references. Even, and this is the problem, we do it in a non-systematic ways and often not effectively. So, because people who are doing it have not been trained to do that. it seemed the right time to consider models that support effective partnering among faith communities and the behavioral health system. Time should be there. Congregation and their ministries can become part of the behavioral health services. One of the objective of my presentation is the awareness that we have other partners that sometimes we neglect and we do not invite them even in conferences like that. The model is based on two premises. First, the inclusion of faith-based organization in the behavioral health system of care is critical for an effective response to mental health and substance abuse disorders. The second, and this is what is done in Rwanda. If, for example, Ndera Neuropsychiatric Hospital, which is a national referral hospital in mental health, he has, it is integrated in the Ministry of Health. It works as other hospitals. But it is founded by Brothers of Charity, which is a faith-based organization. We can have also faith communities that can provide a variety of effective services option to fill need gap in the system of care. We can have faith-based organizations that say, look, government and other NGOs are tackling this. There are gaps that are not tackled by the government, and we will be there. It is like what we do in the church. The government or the other NGOs do not come to preach in the churches. And this is the role of faith-based organization. So we can have some areas where we feel that we can also fill some gaps. I will not present the treatment model that incorporates spirituality or religion. We do have, but it is not time today to present them. Today, as I said, it is awareness to making you aware that we have other partners that we should invite and partner with them. Importance, because the topic was to say about the role of faith-based organization. Start by the challenge. And there's challenges. It is to show how we have a high number of people who have mental disorder. You will excuse, forgive me, I do not have given the data of Rwanda, but just is to show how we have a challenge of a big number of people who have behavioral health problems or mental health problems. With the example in USA, over 20% of adults annually experience a diagnosable mental disorders. Approximately 22 million of Americans are dependent upon or abuse drugs or alcohol. Stigma surrounding the receipt of mental health treatment is among the many barriers that discourage people from seeking treatment. The problem of stigma is a real problem even in our country. Nearly 2/3 of all people with diagnosable mental disorder do not seek treatment. When we read the paper published by the World Health Organization, we will find even more than 2/3. They do not come to seek treatment. This means that they go elsewhere. Elsewhere, it can be in the church. It can be to meet the pastor. It can be to meet another. Because the number is high, we have to integrate everyone, because those who are not coming to the mental health services will be at least received by pastors and also receive help there. Only through partnership that include behavioral health, faith organization and community institution, along with consumers, when we say consumers, those who are benefiting from mental health services, and their families can boost the inadequacies of the current system. Time is there to not work independently. We should we should neglect no one, because everyone can bring something. There is substantial literature defining partnership among behavioral health providers, consumers, and the community delivery system. We have even the organization made by World Health Organization. I did my thesis or PhD. I consulted many literature from the World Health Organization, because I worked on the system delivery of mental health in hospitals. We have a relationship between hospitals. We categorize the hospitals from referral hospital, from district hospital, and we go down at the health centers. We also have the relationship between hospitals and the consumers. In other words, customers, those who are receiving help. All that we have text, but there is little discussion regarding the role of faith organization within a system of care. And it is the role of the university today to start it. Congregation, communities ministry, parish social ministries, and other faith group are in a unique position to address some of the most critical problems in the behavioral health system. I remember when I am reading this, one time there was a very terrible accident of we have people with Kenya Airways. It was aircraft. It was an accident in Douala. Many passengers in the airplane died, and many were from Kenya. And when the people who were killed, who were dead in the airplane, arrived at Nairobi to the airport, their family members came to receive them, to receive the bodies of their relatives. And people were, of course, weeping, crying, very saddened by what terrible accident has caused. And the journalist asked a psychiatrist, "You psychiatrist, and we have here, what can you do for people in a very, very deep emotion?" And the psychiatrist answered, in this context, we do not have something to do, but their spiritual leaders can do something. Because those spiritual leaders, they say, they died, we will meet them in heaven. They died, people who were believing they are not lost. This speech, everyone needs, even the one who is not believing. At a certain time, he needs someone to tell him like that. Don't be too saddened because life continues after the death. So, this is one. Unfortunately, many faith organizations are not aware of their importance role in a system of care. My role is to make the importance of the faith organization be known. Faith community have assets. Behavioral disorders are a significant challenge for our society. To address this challenge require a comprehensive, coordinated response from multiple partners. I have talked about it. The asset and untapped potential of faith-based organization should be included along with secular service providers, public and private funding agencies, support system, and the consumers of behavioral health services in crafting an effective behavioral health services delivery system. I do appreciate some hospitals in Rwanda built by faith-based organization. They built a hospital and they put also a temple, a chapel, where the sick people or those who are attending can worship and can. We organize it also for Muslim. I have seen even in India, places organized for faith-based organization. This is, yeah. Time is rushing. Faith-based organization may play an important role in social change designed to improve the behavioral health of individuals. They may participate in public education, advocacy, and so on. I have said it. Yeah, we have here integrated behavioral health system that include faith organization. We have their all partners. And this brings what we call global mental health. We have faith-based provider organization, churches, the mosque, and so on. We have a secular provider organization. There we have hospitals and so on. Here we have public-private funding and regulatory agencies. It is where we can have like Rama in Rwanda and so on. And also other donors who are funding. And we have there support services agencies. Those who can also contribute to the wellness, to the well-being of people in housing and employment. Therefore, they can be instrumental in the development of coalition. I will not, for a problem of time. Coalition is to bringing people together. It is partnership. This is very important. The church are very organized in bringing people together. By partnering with other religious and secular groups, faith-based organizations are capable of mobilizing individuals and the group to form a community partnership, and so on. Here we have faith organization with are a strong element of the local community. I have many times heard some local leaders in Rwanda saying, I say the local leaders, when the pastor calls the Christian, they come. When the responsible of Mudugudu village call for the population, they do not come. So, this illustrates this strong element of the local community of still, I have less visible faith organizations are less visible, but long-standing is the role that faith leaders assume when providing counsel to people with emotional problems. Communities of faith are important gateways to professional behavioral health treatment. I want to explain this. We are the gateway. As a pastor, I'm saying as a pastor. Many people see the local, their pastors before even go to the hospital. They come, I have a problem, and it is the role of the pastor to say, no, this is a medical. Go to the hospital. This is a spiritual problem I can handle. This is a psychiatrist problem. Yeah, the psychiatrist can handle. Already, he is the gateway. We are the gateway. We do not have to be neglected in our. This author said, 25% of persons requesting behavioral health assistance for the first time initially sought it from clergy. They go to them, their spiritual leader before they go to the hospital. This explains why the physical proximity of religious group to underserved the population. We have the models. Existing models of outreach embraced by many faith communities. The parish nurse model. This is the first one. At the parish, at the temple. It promotes wellness and healing in congregation by integrating community nursing function with faith community activity. Here we say we are not, even we are spiritual leaders, but we are not nurses. We are not medical doctors. We need them, and we have to integrate them. Community ministry. This is involved in advocacy, in sensitizing population about. Among the announcement every parish do at the end of the service is also to talk about the problem. When of the COVID, pastors were also involved saying, please wear a mask, otherwise you will be in danger. We knew very well that this is also our business, because people who are sitting in front of us, they need to hear their pastors, they are telling about health. Church members have a sense of both giving and receiving through active volunteering. It expands the concept of congregation to include the way it relates to the community at large. It increases the respect of the congregation for the— as a gift from and it provides concrete means by which the congregation can express its faith. Then another model, the third one, is the lay counseling. Non-professional assist others with personal problem including. We have churches that organize visiting the families. And those who visit families are not on, especially pastors or even some Christian diacons who are motivated, they go there. The role of faith-based community organization in a system of care. We provide, we have 3 treatment clinical care services. They are faith organizations that have hospitals, and we have outpatient treatment. When you go to Ndera, you will find it. Residential treatment, inpatient treatment, and even crisis intervention. We intervene also by offering support services. Housing, living, care, management, education support. And at the last, information services. Because we know that we gather many people and at a regular basis. So every Sunday, we have even some churches who organize it during the week. And our information system is very effective and very accurate. Before ending, faith-based organization and mental health in Rwanda. In Rwanda, many faith-based organizations intervene in mental health. In a formal way, like I said, Brothers of Charity have organized this hospital, which is in the area of mental health, and which is integrated to the health system in Rwanda. But many, and this is the problem, are in informal way. Varied initiative of churches. Pastors who give counseling. Servant of God with the gift of healing the sick. This is in the Bible. We have people who have the gift of healing. And we cannot change that. I give the example. Remember in Rwanda, the late Father Theobald in Ruhango. Those who are especially in the southern province know how people were going there in a large number. Laying hand to victim of evil spirit. What we call evil spirit. This is also a concept for Christian. Demonic possession in different Pentecostal churches. So, to end, health-based organization and mental health of children and adolescents. This is the poor domain in the churches. No particular program of mental health among children and adolescents developed by churches. However, ministries of children and adolescents exist in general in almost all churches. Through these ministries, particular topic interesting mental health are tackled. For example, we teach our young preventing the drug abuse. Our church intervene. We prevent the sexual intercourses among the youth. We prevent. We use the Bible to say, this is a sin. We do not recommend to use condom we prevent. Showing that it is a sin, relation outside the marriage. And we train parents also to care for their children, which is also good. Faith-based organizations participate at a daily basis in helping members of their congregation and the population in general.
Testimonies of relevance of their intervention exist. They benefit total confidence of their congregation and the population in general. Therefore, partnering with them, giving them the psychotherapeutic technique to become more performing. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Seva Tukura, for a great presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I have the honor of inviting Dr. Murangira B. Thierry. He has a PhD in forensic criminal investigation and hold 2 masters in 1 human rights and international order and science, technology and law. He's the division manager of research and prevention in Rwanda Investigation Bureau, RIB, and he's also a senior lecturer in various universities and has published various articles in relation to interlink between law and science and technology. Please help me to welcome Dr. Thierry on key topic discussion on scale of suicide and suicidality in Rwanda. Please give him a hand of applause.
Good afternoon. I start my presentation by thanking Professor Sezibera to have thought about Rwanda Investigation Bureau to be part of this symposium.
So we're going to have a discussion about integrated approaches to mental health and child protection and development. And for that, I would like for you to help me welcome Claudine Uwera Kanyamanza to the stage, as well as Murangira Thierry, and James from NCDA. Huh? Just seat, and then we're going to get started. Thank you. Are we still doing social distancing? Okay, so to get started, I'm going to allow our two panelists who haven't introduced themselves. You've already met Thierry with his wonderful presentation on suicidality earlier, very informative. So let's start with James.
Thank you. As the moderator mentioned, my name is James. The other name is Nduwayo. I work with the National Child Development Agency as the senior program manager for a child care and protection program, locally known as Tubarere mu Muryango, or Let's Raise Children into Families. Back to the National Child Development Agency. It's a newly established institution. It dates from 2020. It results from the merger of two institutions that I suppose most of you know, the former National Commission for Children and the former National Early Childhood Development Program. I'm happy to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Claudine Uwera Kanyamanza. I'm the senior lecturer at the University of Rwanda in clinical psychology department. Thank you, and I'm very happy to be with you.
All right. So to start off, maybe we could start with you, Claudine. Could you tell us a little bit about the relationship between mental health and child development, and how you address that relationship in your work?
When we are talking about child protection, we have to consider 7 key pillars. And among them, we have the health. So the health is one component, and the mental health is included, is a part of. We can never left it behind. I think it's important to emphasize on that. Health is not only physical health, is also about mental health.
Great, thank you. And I know that RIB does child protection work, and I was just wondering how mental health shows up in that work.
So, I didn't get your question.
Okay. So, like, RIB has you do child protection work, and I was wondering if mental health is something that you take into account, or that you work on or address, and how you do that, if so.
Okay, thank you. child protection. Yes, we have a unit under anti-GBV division, a unit which is in charge of child protection. So, as you know, child protection goes with physical, mental, and other things. So, the way child protection, the way RIB goes in and to protect a child against abuse. Abuse may come in various ways. There's psychological abuse, physical abuse, sexual, which is very pertinent here, sexual abuse. And in that context, whoever commits anything which is against, for example, like a child development, we're seeing a lot of cases about child development. So whoever commits a child development, the law is there, we prosecute him. Whoever gives heavy punishment to a child, the law will be applied. Even those who are just giving the heavy work or work which is different from what is provided by the law, they also get punished in that context, being prosecuted. So that's how we protect. And we do also conduct like campaigns. Nowadays we are conducting a campaign in school, secondary school. And just to in that context of protection, we are just sensitizing children to give them the confidence of self-protection. Self-protection in the sense of abstaining themselves to go in activity which can increase the risk of abuse. So nowadays, that's the campaign we are doing in the school. And we also conduct a campaign to sensitize families to live in harmony. Because we know that domestic violence, one way or another way, affects the mental health of their children. And that mental health, that's where the gaps which has been created by domestic violence, that's where mostly perpetrators, they use those gaps just to abuse the children. So parents are being sensitized, are being let me use the word, maybe educated, to have this good parenting, to be a good parent in the sense of protecting their children against this kind of abuse. Yes.
And over to you, James. Could you tell us a bit about how mental health shows up in the work of NCDA?
Thank you. As an institution which was mandated to coordinate and oversee all the child-related interventions across the country, we can't say that mental health is not part of what we can consider while working on the development and the protection of our children. So mental health, it's part and parcel of our activities. So maybe to start with, mental health has been, since times, overlooked, if not misinterpreted. But we've learned that if mental health is not an integral part of what we are doing while supporting children, we are really missing a very important part of the development and the protection of the children. I just want to be a bit practical. I recently I was invited in one radio program, and there is an emission that actually it was an article that they passed. It was an interview that a journalist did with one parent, and then the journalist was asking how comes that the child left the family and went on the street. The family had everything. The family has, both parents were there, but when the journalist asked the child's mother what pushed the child to go on the street, what the mother said is really something which bring me and which brings you to question and to ask what is going on. The mother said, I quote, I did everything. I provide the food, I even provide some money, pocket money to my kids, but this doesn't prevent them from going on the street. You see, this lead me and can lead you to see how the parents are missing this important part of what makes a person, what makes a child. So we always say that to be a man, to be a woman, it's not really, it's not the physical things that we see. There are things that we can't see, and they are very important in making a person, in making a man or making a woman. So what we see here, the food, the housing, we call those the infrastructure. But we have to always work on the superstructure. The superstructure here, it's the mental health of a child. So this is really a very important part while we are supporting children, while we are working with children. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. I think people are starting to understand the importance of giving your child more than just the bare minimum, I guess. And so I was wondering, a lot of times we see that researchers go out and study things and have come up with like best practices and recommendations, but those recommendations just go and sit somewhere in a published paper or something, and in the interest of trying to improve the way we deliver integrated mental health and child development and care, I was wondering how you think we could improve the communication between like the implementation arms like RIB and NCDA and the academic part of the work. So basically, how do we make sure that what is done by researchers gets to the people who need to know it and they know how to implement it?
I think maybe the question is going to all of us. Yes. But if I start, yeah, of course, number of researchers are being conducted here and there. Even in front of me, I see many researchers. So it's really, we have significant resources to our country. But you've asked a very good question. How can we maybe leverage those researchers, because they have a lot, they have recommendations, they have ideas on how we can improve on mental health and child development. Maybe what I think, it's to see how maybe we can. I was about to say how the researchers can approach us. Maybe we can also approach you. So I think maybe we can approach each other to see how we can collaborate. We can maybe join efforts. Sometimes if someone works on the research and maybe the institutions that are involved in, institutions that have something to do on the research that was conducted were not or had not prior communication what is happening, I think it will be difficult for maybe the people can support to see where they can join in, where they can they can contribute in making sure that the research contributes to the purpose it might be having been established. Set for. So I think maybe we can improve on communication, because we know that there is a lot which is happening. But if we don't work together, if we don't work closely to ensure that we know what is happening, you can approach us, you can just say, we have a research and it has something to contribute to the welfare of children. There is something that continue to be overlooked, which needs maybe to be understood by the public. I'm sure we can support. We are there to support, and that's what the government has mandated us for. So I think whenever we are approached, we are ready to support. And not supporting you, but supporting ourselves, supporting our country.
Okay, no worries. Basically, I was asking, so for example, with child protection and mental health, there's research that that looks into the role of mental health in child development and the role of mental health in, say, families that end up being abusive to children, and maybe mental health consequences. So it's like there's a lot of research happening here. And it would be, I assume, I don't know, you can tell us, I assume it would be helpful in the way you do your work to have access to this research instead of having the research stay in the academy with researchers talking about it every day without improving any of the practices. So my question was, what do you think could be done to bridge the gap between research and practice so that what people learn through research ends up helping children?
Thank you. First of all, research should not be there for the purpose of just researching without impacting. So anyone who is doing research which will not bring impact, I can tell him or her that he's wasting his or her time. So you need to conduct a research which will have an impact. So in research methodology, you set everything, the outcomes, the objective, what you want to achieve. So what I can say, it is good that we even have this symposium because it brings awareness that there are issues which need to be to conduct a research on. So like, mental health issues here, whenever we are talking with people, they just say, there's a mental health issues, just talking. But like, it's good that academicians, they are taking into consideration about this mental health, and they have evidence-based research. So it means they be based on that available data, then the outcome of those research, I think they will share with the concerned institution for implementations. So I think that in everything, research is needed. Because the research, it helps and it removes also the assumption. So it removes also people talking based on assumption, because at that time we'll be based on available data for what I've seen. And by the way, the more you do a research, one research can conduct you for another research until, it is good. And I'm very sure that since academicians, they're sitting talking about research based on mental health, and I'm sure something good is going to happen. And we're expecting to see the impact. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So everybody's doing research whenever you have your findings, you know where to send where to send them. I would like to hear from an academic about your view about how we could bridge this gap between research and practice.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was also said yesterday with good examples. As you remember, we have the presentation on the VASIS, the Violence Against Children and Youth Survey. And I'm very happy that we have also in the room many students engaged. I think it's really important to know how the research is important. We talked about many researchers, many studies about also the deinstitutionalization. But what to retain is how the government of Rwanda was informed on the situation and took the decision about strategies. So I think it was a very good step, but we have to continue as the academicians because, as said my colleague Thierry, the research, we have to continue the research. We can, as a good researchers, we can continue to find solutions for that studies. We need to evaluate what have been done as implementation, to change strategies, and for all those plans we need a study which can guide us. And I think based on evidence, we have learned how the deinstitutionalization has been done, has started. We learned more about the violence in our country, essentially in children and young adults, but we need to know what to do after if our plan to resolve those problems, essentially in mental health aspects, in psychology, psychological aspect, it goes well, and it's a long journey. But as academician, it's a good platform to promote the research and to know the existing current situation, intervention in different institutions. We are lucky to have to know about Isange and the interventions given there in different areas, legal aspects, psychological aspects, medical aspects, how we can work together holistically. So for researchers and for academicians, it's a good opportunity to work based on evidence. But once again, as you are talking about the gap, it's not something to keep for us in our library, at the universities, no, but we need to be proactive to work with government institutions, non-government institutions. We have to be proactive, as said James, It's now it's for all of us to be engaged. We need each other, then we can collaborate as we know how it's important.
Sorry, I just want to add something. Actually, I wanted to say it earlier, but it is stripped out of my mind. So, but now I just want to touch on it. I know that there are a lot of researches that are going on, but most of those might be in higher learning institutions cupboard. They are not known. I know one university not in this country, but it's a country which is like ours. It's where I did my one of my degrees. So there, I didn't know that my degree was published, but once I put my name into Google, and then I found my paper was published. So it's really it's applied for me because my work was published without maybe any contribution, without my contribution. So it's just a challenge I'm just giving to those who are in the management of higher learning institutions. Maybe you can see how we can support our young researchers to ensure that their works are published. Yeah, I know that when it is university work, it doesn't require any consent from the one who has published, who has worked on it. So I think maybe we can support them. Yeah, I know sometimes when we are trying to surf around internet, looking for information that are talking about one topic in child protection, child development, we only found literature from people who are not even conversant with our culture, with our habits. But I know that the researchers that we do are really customized, are really fitting, adapted to our customs and the cultures. Those are the research that we need, but the problem is that there is no way we can find them easily, at least maybe if we go in the cupboards of the universities. So this is a challenge to us and to you. Thank you.
Okay. Let me add something on that. I just want to draw your attention on the way some people give recommendation on. They give recommendation most of time on. They give recommendation on something which are difficult or impossible to implement. Whenever you're setting a recommendation, sometimes you need even to address who has to implement that recommendation. So they should refrain from saying there should be, there should be, there should be. For example, like the recommendation I've said there, I didn't know the audience which was here, but I say there should be like strategy of suicide prevention policy. So it is better to address maybe Ministry of Health or ministry should have this and this. So you point the finger, it means you hit the hammer on the head of the nail. Yeah, means you are giving a recommendation which is possible to implement, and you address and you mention who has to. At that point also you need to pay attention. Don't send the recommendation to someone, request an institution to implement when it's not falling under their mandate. So that one you need to know. This one, it falls in this institution's mandate, then it has to implement. You also provide tentative implementation matrix. You give way to implement it. Also take into consideration budget constraint. You cannot say, for example, recommendation, eradicate mental health in Rwanda. That one cannot be implemented. It is not possible. So such kind of implementation, leave it away. Thank you.
Interesting. I think with our collaboration, we can move step by step, because we need to understand what can be done to plan together, and consider also the place of research. I think as one of our recommendations in this symposium is to be proactive, to be engaged with other institutions, which will help all of us to understand and to plan, to implement, and even to monitor together. So I think we have existing good practices, and come back to what said James C. I remember that I was asking him to write a paper regarding the child protection system in Rwanda. And he will tell them the response. But I think in our next symposium, we will have the paper. So I think we need really to try to write and to read also, as we need evidence-based to understand, to design well program, tools to use, and to strategize. And it will be a continuous exercises in research also, as we need also to continue an auto-evaluation on our research.
All right, thank you. I think what I get from all of this and just the whole day here is that there's a lot of people doing a lot of different work, but there's the spirit of collaboration and partnership, and that's really exciting for what's coming in the future. So with that, I would like to open this up to questions from the audience. Can somebody who can move this mic around the room?
It's not taking the mic around, it's taking the speech. Thank you. I wanted to thank the Center of Mental Health Director who is championing this gathering. Okay, thank you, Augustin. I should present myself. I'm Marie-Claire Gasanganwa. I am a mental health nurse by profession. I am a clinician, academician, but also I am feeling somehow representing local community. So this is something should happen not only in this room, and even in the way out in our working places, because it's giving an insight how collaboration should strengthen evidence-based practices and improve on population's health. This topic of now how evidence is translated into practices, how academicians or researchers contribute to the community, I can say it's contributing, but not on the way maybe we wish. That's a stimulus to do more, considering what we're doing. But as Dr. Claudina said, our government, most of Chad activities are inspired by the research. That's how NCDA has been created. Even Rib has said the Chad unit. I think when you look back, you may not find the Chad unit in the system of RIB, but it is informed. When you look at yesterday's presentation, how Interpeace and collaborators are generating new practices that will assist us to fight off intergenerational trauma and the consequences. That shows how research works and how it is translated into practice. But we need to go up to the community. Like this morning, I heard one of our students saying that access to the community is difficult, but we may start in our nearby community. Start impacting on your own community, questioning what is going around, and then discuss with others and try to bring solution. When you understand the problem, it's kind of trying to understand. It's a research, and you can collaborate with the researcher to understand, and then try to find solution to that problem. And as academicians, we need to assist the students to do their thesis, their research in a way that is sustainable, not in a way of completing study. It's like giving them thoughts, thirsty to continue to find solutions, not saying I am done with my master's, I am done with my bachelor. And if we think like this, as he was saying, most of our research will end up in the cupboard. But when we stimulate, we will give back to the community where we have searched, saying we have found this, we can do this, and collaboration, mentorship. I think that's is what was about this symposium, if I can summarize, and is what we should continue to do more. Thank you.
There's a question here. Just,
thank you very much. I'm Dr. Charles Mudenge. I'm a psychiatrist. Very sorry I missed the morning session, but I would be interested to ask Dr. Murangira about the interface between mental health and the law, if at all there is any unity. What are probably some challenges or you meet in terms of collaborating with mental health professionals and some acts, some crime that are committed in related with mental health? If you can shed the light on that, thank you.
Thank you so much. Very interesting question. Interface between law and mental health. Interface. You mean link, interconnection? Okay. Can I say that a perpetrator or a suspect who has been proved by recognized medical doctor, recognized means licensed, that one will not be punished. Means a perpetrator or a suspect who has been found or diagnosed by mental problem, and that mental problem has instigated or has provoked the commission of crime, immediately will not be prosecuted. But you need to know at what step that comes in. That one, first we carry investigation, that person is being detained. You know, there are these things of mental health which can be diagnosed by eyes. Through eyes, you see that this person is not right. What he's doing, he's maybe being incited or instigated by something else we don't see. That one, immediately we sent him to the clinic, of course psychological clinic. Then they will attest and certify that this person, he has a mental issues. He need to be treated here rather than to be taken to where suspects are being taken. But there is other challenges. You know, there are those people who just using mental issue as an umbrella for committing crime. We have many cases. Mostly those people who are propagating hate speeches. So there are those who want to hide themselves under the umbrella of mental health, but when taken to the psychologist, they prove that those people have no issue with mental health. Rather, they have other issues. That one, of course, will be prosecuted. So the law doesn't or do not prosecute person who has proven to have psychological or mental health. But that one, it needs to be testified by licensed medical doctor, a psychologist, I mean. I don't know if he still has a confusion. Huh?
To my understanding, this is one of the area that you have a few expertise. We really don't have like forensic psychiatrists specialized, and I'm not sure if we have a forensic psychiatrist certified to do that. So I was asking probably if you meet some challenges of controversial in terms of reporting what is happening. And I'm just raising this as to make an advocacy that we really need to have these people specialized to carry out a very deep report in terms of confirming whether somebody has committed a crime under the influence of mental illness. So I'm raising it because I know we may not even have somebody specialized in this. So I'm raising it probably as here to make an advocacy so that we may have one in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, it is good to work in collaboration, of course, because we don't have that. So I think since you have realized that there is a gap, it is good. You are there, we fill in that gap, then we bridge, then we help each other because we need you, you need us. But since RIBA started, we are very careful about committing that mistake of prosecuting someone who has mental illness, because yeah, we are careful on that, and it's good that we have this hospital of Ndera. They help us. The other doctors who just help us. So we are very careful on that. But since you have raised this an issue, collaboration is needed always. Yes.
I wanted to, Germaine, I want to add on what Dr. Mudengi said, which is relating to what you were saying. When you are saying that you are considering about mental issues when you are dealing with people who committed some crimes. And many times you send them after a long time of holding them somewhere.
That is an accusatory statement.
Oh, it's okay. Okay.
I will not accept since I'm sitting
I'm
here.
saying when you ask him to go and look for that examination after maybe sometimes, if I can say, let me stop from there.
Do you have some example?
Yes, I have. So what I want to say is that when you are taking someone to look for that examination, and while committing that crime, in which status was that person? And so why we are, maybe we are advocating on maybe having those specialized in forensic, so that when you are going to the scene of crime, you are like a multidisciplinary team, one who is will work on that specific mental issues, so that that investigation will be completed. Thank you.
We have those people. Maybe not in sufficient quantity, we're still developing them, but we have them and we take care into consideration. And have never seen RIB prosecuting someone who present mental issue. But of course, whenever we talk about someone, there is a time where you see the way crime has been committed, you wonder whether that person was in good state. Let me give you an example. For example, a kid who is being defiled by her father, umwana usambanywa na se. And looking at him, he's well, doing his research well, trusted in what he does, but examining it, a person who is mentally stable cannot do that. So if we go in that way, no one will be punished. So it means every criminal, he has a mental issues. So we let them go. So that's why you are seeking expert, psychological expert. So thinking in that way, by the way, what needs to be understood, RIB is there for the betterment of the society. Kuneza ya Rwanda. So, whatever we do is for the public good. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is
Sorry,
Juven.
I just want to add something.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, for mental health, those who are in the field, they know that there are levels, different levels that people might be in, and at the first glance, you can't really be able to identify whether that person is really in a state that can help you to confirm that that one has some mental health disorders. It can take you some time, like observation, put somebody somewhere to observe, so you might be able to confirm that there is something going wrong with that person. The professionals, those who practice that, they know. I'm with my former boss, my supervisor. There are two cases that we've been working on. Those are two cases. They were in touch with 2 or 3 different people who are practitioners like you. They confirm that these people have these issues. But later, when we refer those people to institutions like those you are representing here, they said we need also take more time. So you see, at first glance, when you meet somebody, depending on the level where that person is, you can't confirm. So that's why you might be with somebody for some time for you to confirm or for you to continue checking what is going on. And after, you can refer after you have at least identified what is really going on and what you think maybe can be handled by other competent agencies. Just my addition.
Thank you. My name is Juventine Mujawase. I work for an organization called Protechnon Foundation. It's not a question. It's what I'm going to say. It relates to what you mentioned when you asked the panel a question: how to integrate what the research found in what we do, and kind of how researchers can collaborate with the institution organization after doing their research. If I get the question, happen that they don't use that as it's a fact. But I have never seen it. I feel like we stay on that high level. In academic, we are here, we are discussing, it's nice. It's nice, but we have, for example, those people on grassroots, on the Mudugudu level, or in the local government. I have never seen any researcher or organization sharing information with those people, and those people are them who inform us. So for me, I think giving back, it creates at the same time awareness. You are giving back, you are communicating what you have found, but at the same time you are creating a kind of awareness at the same time. So I wish we would, as researchers, would at least go back, partnering with even the organization and the other institution, going there, doing something, I don't know, communicating, oh, we found this. What should be done? Give us what they can even give you some recommendation. Not only doing that, doing interviews with them, ask them, oh, we found this. Oh, what do you think we should do? What are your needs? So that intervention can come in a complete way. So for me, I think there's still a gap. We communicate with those. Allow me to call it intellectual people, but those people, they are. Poor people, you ask them, can you sit and tell me A, B, C? They tell you, but they always wait. What happened to your research? Because I always work with them, they ask, what happened to what you were asking? The book you were writing, what happened to it? So for me, I think they're missing something around that. And also to create in them the culture of research, to know, okay, sometimes they think you are coming to do an investigation. They come, oh, you work for who? Why are you asking me those kind of questions? Because they don't know what is going on. So it will create among people that culture to research and also to creating a kind of exchange and also sustainability. That's why sometimes we see the projects, they don't last longer because they get lost in the middle of something. It happened to few of the project. Thank you so much. It was just kind of that, complimenting others. Thank you.
think it's opened now. Excuse me. So your comment is very relevant, as this platform also is once again the majority researchers, students. What you are bringing up is a part, a very important point in methodology, and to talk about the findings, the results. It is in the research, it's compulsory. So, and it is once again a good opportunity to focus on the points. And I think among our partners, they are our first beneficiaries. So we have to, through different institutions, we can plan it, maybe to reach them. We talked about sensitization, awareness. It's a good way to reach them through different plans, I don't know. But let me say that it's a part of the ethical aspect, and we have to respect it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, can we give our panelists a round of applause? Thank you.
So thank you so much, Alice. Thank you so much, panelists. You can give them a big round of applause. Yeah, thank you so much. So we are about to close this symposium, but before we close, we would like to have your feedback about the symposium. We want to know your thoughts about what happened since yesterday and today. So we are inviting Joseph to lead this activity.
Thank you. Are you exhausted, or we can extend to Saturday? Do you want another day? Okay. So I won't be. I won't take your time. You have asked panelists. You have asked each one who has come here. Now it was a time for us to ask you. I hope you have answers as you are filing them. So, do you all have gadgets? Your smartphones, or do you have your smartphone? Like, so if you can you access the internet? Because it's going to be virtual. Can you all access internet? Yes. Yeah, you can use here. So the password is, yeah, it does work. Yes, so check Grand Legacy, and then the password is capital G, then capital L, E, small, now that's in small. So write legacy, but with capital G and L. Then at 2022, then apostrophe. Yeah, I think that's how they call it. Are you all connected? Okay. So, go to your web search, or your Google Chrome, or
anything used to search for anything. You there? Can I have this? Then write the word Mentimeter. Mentimeter, it's MENTIME, all are small. It's in the search engine, right? No, write mentimeter.com, yes. Mentimeter software company, yes, .com. You can see it? Can you see that? So it's Mentimeter. So it's www.ment.com. Ment.com. Got it? You got it. Ment, it's MENTI, then .com. You there? Network issues? When you type in, there is the first one. So they usually come, there's one you sign up, but there's another one that shows, it's the first that shows up on Google search. So if you can look here, so I'm writing ment.com. Can you see that? And then I'm clicking enter. And then this shows up. Does it all show up? Yes. Then you write, you type in this code. This one. Can you see it? It's 32, 34, 69, and then 42. You there? Are you seeing any question there? Okay. So can you take time to respond to that question? I can see those who are already responding. I think, what is your most pressing mental health and child development concern? I think you need more investigation on. And investigation, I had to put /research so that you don't think it's a RIB investigation. And if you can put one, so for example, school readiness, yes. Reducing home violence, that's good. Accessing mental health resources, the psychosocial stuff. So if you say, for example, the affect mental health, we can't get. So please say something that we can tell. Are you responding? Anyone finding it difficult? Nutrition and mental health. We just have 7 people now. So, and I think we are more than 7. We are not going home without responding to this question. Okay, stigma prevention, mental health and chane. Sorry? Para One more minute. Divorce of parents, substance abuse among for GBV victims, child development problem, suicide in adolescents. And you can write in Kinyarwanda, no worries. Akwandika no mu Kinyarwanda. Okay, you can continue. If you can, did you say another question? Respond to that as well. So the first one, how best do you think local researchers in the field of mental health can be supported or best supported? And then the follow-up on that is what should be focused on in the next. I know some were talked on the panel, but what do you want us to focus on in the next research symposium? Remember, the theme is about mental health and child development. And avail funds in very big words. Okay, I'm glad it's the first to appear. Mentorship, guidance, government intervention, financial support. Have more time, so that's for the next symposium. Internship partnerships. Link with policy. Multidisciplinarity, student inclusion. If there is more space, you can describe a bit what you mean by some of those, if you have time. Like if you say student inclusion, how would you like student inclusion to look like?